Are we live? Let's see, let's see, let's see. Oh, I think we might be. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let me know. Can you hear me? Are we live? Hello, Freya. Hello, Mary. Hello, Tesney. Hello, LAS1U. Let's go. Fantastic, fantastic. Let me just have a quick look as if we're live on the tickers. Oh, I think we might be. Fantastic, fantastic. Absolutely brilliant we are. Guys, talk to me. Let me know. How are we doing? How was biology today? That is 2 of our big exams down. English paper 1 yesterday, and then biology today. Of course, a lot of you have geography tomorrow. I think history might be tomorrow. I'm not sure. But I know all of you have maths on Thursday. Tesney says, what was going on with that question about the tumor in the liver? But says the paper was better than expected, I can't lie. AQA blessed us with photosynthesis 6 marker. Theo says biology was nice. Tyler says history is Friday. Fantastic, Tyler. LAS1U says biology was horrible. As ever, guys, so many mixed opinions with exams. It's basically, I've never seen an exam come out and everybody say the same thing. And I've been doing this for a long time, guys. Man like Dawood Salim is confident. LAS1U has computer science tomorrow. Tyler says, in what world was it beautiful? Okay, guys, we're going to be starting at 5 past. Let me just write that in. Starting at 5 past. Terish says, is it possible to go from a grade 5 to a grade 6? Oh, no, that's not Terish. That's the Irish. The Irish, absolutely. 100% you can go from a grade 5 to a grade 6. Making a jump, a grade jump between now and the exams is 100% possible. You've actually got quite a long time until paper 2 and 3. But what I can tell you is, I mean, definitely by paper 2 and 3, you can be bumping your scores by a mark. To be honest, you can even jump by 2 grades in this time. Sounds a bit crazy, but we've still got a while until paper 2 and 3. So 100%. Kylos says, how long is the session this evening? The session this evening, guys, is going to be 4 hours. We're going to be going from 5 p.m. until 9 p.m. It's going to depend a little bit on how many people join and how many people stay. And if you guys want me to go for the full 4 hours, I might cut it a little bit short tonight because we're going to be doing 4 hours tomorrow as well. Let me just write that a little bit neater. I don't want you guys to be thinking there's going to be a lot of new people on today. We're going to be writing like that in the paper. Amelie says, exams have come around so quickly. Absolutely, Amelie. Absolutely, they have. Let me have a quick look. Just want to check everything's still running smoothly on the tickers. What's the best way for me to check that? I think I can just go onto my software and have a quick look. We look like we're running smoothly. TikTok live monitor. How many of us are watching over on there at the moment? Fantastic, 400 of us. Guys, if you're listening on TikTok at the moment, welcome, welcome. I will be focusing on the YouTube chat just to let you know. So if you feel like I'm not replying to you, if you feel like this is pre-recorded, it's not pre-recorded. I'm just focusing on the channel chat. If you want to be involved with the chat and you want me to answer your questions, etc., just come over to the channel. There's also less of us watching over there, so I'm more likely to be able to see your questions. Quite a few people are asking when we're doing foundation. Guys, I've decided that over the next 2 days, I'm only going to be doing higher revision. I'm only going to be able to do higher revision. The reason is just because while I've been doing the streams throughout the year, I've been doing higher, and way more people join the higher ones. So that's why I've decided to prioritize higher. Fantastic. Guys, let's get cracking. We're going to go through most of the questions in this paper. We're not going to be rushing this evening. If you want me to just go through the answers, this is not the live for you. I'm telling you in advance. If you just want me to go through the answers, this is not the live for you. I'm going to give you a little bit of time to go through the questions, to think about it, and then I'm going to go through them afterwards. That is the way that you're going to get the most out of this session. We're going to be keeping the pace pretty high, but we're not going to be rushing. We have a 4-hour session. The best thing you can do today and tomorrow before your exam is not to rush through as many questions as you can. What you want to prioritize is a good, solid amount of high-quality revision. That is going to trump loads of quick revision every single time. So we're going to be going through with clarity. We're going to be going through with precision. We're going to be going through with purpose. And we're going to focus in and, yeah, put in the work that we need to. So for everybody listening right now, just so you know, I am live this evening from 5 p.m. until 9 p.m. I'm also going to be live tomorrow evening from 5 p.m. until 9 p.m. And we're going to be working on 2 higher papers each evening. We're going to be doing most of the questions. We're not going to be doing all of them. I just want to focus on the ones that are going to be beneficial for the most people. So I've selected some of the most important ones, basically. Guys, this question's been on the screen for a while, so let's get moving. Question number 1, the first 5 terms of an arithmetic sequence are 1, 4, 7, 10, and 13. Write down an expression in terms of n for the nth term of the sequence. Team, what do we reckon? Nth term of this sequence, get it in the chat for me. Hyperfocus is in. Says, yes, I didn't miss the live stream. Absolutely not, mate. You're here right at the start. Yes, Ryan. Yes, Freya. Yes, Nightlight. Yes, Shadowlet. Yes, E12. Yes, FC24. Absolutely fantastic, guys. So the answer, as people have been putting in the chat, is 3n minus 2. But why? Well, an arithmetic sequence is the same thing as a linear sequence. What it means is that when we get from one term to the next, we add the same thing each time. So to find the nth term, the first thing we do is we find the common difference, which is the difference between the consecutive terms, and we can see that it's plus 3. What this tells us in our nth term is that the first part of it is going to be 3n. We have a 3 next to our n. How do we get the last part? Well, we look at how we get from our common difference to our first term. How do we get from 3 to 1? We subtract 2. So we're going to have 3n minus 2 as our answer. And crucially, we look at how we get from our common difference to our first term in terms of adding or subtracting. You could have said, well, to get from 3 to 1, we divide by 3. You don't do it with division. You do it with adding or subtracting. So in this case, to get from 3 to 1, we minus 2, so it's 3n minus 2. Question number 2, show that 2 1/3 times by 3 3/4 is equal to 8 3/4. Because this is a show that question, I'm not going to give you very long, guys. I'm going to give you about 30 seconds to think through it. And I'm going to ask you for this one just to put ready in the chat for me when you are ready. Quick ready in the chat for me when you're ready. And then I will go through it. As I say, not going to give you loads of time. Iconic Dice is ready. What a name that is, by the way. Freya's ready. Scotham Freya's ready. One More Chapter is ready. Everyday Islam is ready. Ryan is ready. Question number 2, let's do it. How do we show that 2 1/3 times by 3 3/4 is 8 3/4? Well, to multiply our mixed numbers, we're firstly going to write them as improper fractions. How do we do that? We do our main lead number times by our denominator, and then we add our numerator to get the numerator. So 2 1/3 we can write as 2 times by 3 is 6, plus 1 is 7, so we have 7 over 3, times by 3 3/4, 3 times by 4 is 12, plus a 3 on the top is 15. So we have 7 times by 15 on the top, 3 times by 4 on the bottom, 15 over 4. Now the next step is going to be to simplify this. We're going to do our top times by our top. 7 times by 15 is going to be 105. That's because 7 times 10 is 70. 7 times by 5 is 35. Add those together, you get 105. 3 times by 4 is going to be 12. Now we're going to simplify this. We're going to divide the top and bottom by any common factors. 105 and 12 both have a common factor of 3. We can divide the top and bottom by 3. To divide 105 by 3, we can use our bus stop method. So 105 divided by 3. 3's into 1 goes 0 times remainder 1. 3's into 10 goes 3 times remainder 1. And 3's into 15 goes 5 times. So we have 35 on the top. And on the bottom, we have 4. Now we need to see how many times 4 goes into 35. It goes in 8 times fully, because 8 times by 4 is 32. And then how many bigger is 35 than 32? It's 3 bigger, so we get 3 on the top of our fraction and 4 on the bottom. And just like that, we have shown that 2 1/3 times by 3 3/4 is 8 3/4. Next up, team, question number 3. Let's get our answers to this one in the chat. So we're going to do this one by one. This is the classic question that says the diagram shows 4 graphs, graph A, B, C, and D. Complete the table. What I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to do this in order of which ones you're most likely to know to which ones you're least likely to know. And that's the best way to do these, with a little bit of elimination. So my first question to you guys, let me know in the chat, is which one is this? Which one is y equals x squared? Is it A, is it B, is it C, or is it D? Y equals x squared. Is it A, is it B, is it C, or is it D? What do we think, guys? Yep, exactly. Shush says D, Sam says D, Freya says D. Absolutely. Our y equals x squared graph is this one down here. It goes down to 0, 0, then curves back up. So we can say that y equals x squared is D. Now the next one that you're most likely to know is y equals 1 over x. Which one is y equals 1 over x, guys? Let me put this one down here in the bottom right. Which graph is y equals 1 over x? Y equals 1 over x. Is it A, is it B, is it C, or is it D? Who is in there first? Nice, guys. Fantastic on the TikTok. Fantastic on the YouTube as well. Lots of you are saying A, and you are correct. A is y equals 1 over x. It's our reciprocal graph. It's our graph which goes down like so, and then gets in close to the axis here, and then does the same in the negative quadrant. Next up, guys, y equals x cubed. Which one is going to be y equals x cubed? Is it B or is it C? Y equals x cubed. Is it B or is it C? Answers in the chat for me. What do you think, R? What do you think, Ro? What do you think, Ryan? Yes, Plutify, Shadow Hunter, Hyperfocus, Tanta F, Mary, you're absolutely right. It is C. Our y equals x cubed graph comes down here from the negative, swoops back up to 0, 0, and then goes back up like so. And through process of elimination, we know that this one must be B. Now, why is y equals minus x cubed this one? Y equals minus x cubed. Well, what we've done is we have multiplied the whole of the equation by -1. You could actually think of this technically as a reflection in the x-axis or the y-axis. Very rarely this is the case for this one. We can say that this has been reflected in the y-axis. It was like this. So y equals minus x cubed is y equals x cubed, but reflected in the axes. Best method to use there, guys, as I say, is process of elimination. That's what I was looking for. I lost my words. Okay, part D we're going to skip. Sorry, question 4 we're going to skip because it's not too important. Question 5 we're going to come on to next. Now, I just need to check the health of the stream over on the TikTok because it did say that it was going to block me in the algo, but luckily, fingers crossed, that's not happening because we have 1,800 people on. Absolutely brilliant. Cruising at about 100 of us on the YouTube. Fantastic, guys. Absolutely fantastic. If you haven't already, make sure you follow, guys. I'm going to be going live throughout exam season. I do my regular Monday lives. I have my group tutoring on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. Question number 5, let's get it done. Not seen any answers in the chat for this one yet. Oh, I've seen one. Theo Jenkins, brilliant question, buddy, says, how do you know this? Or do you just remember them? Honestly, mate, the best way is to just remember them. You can technically kind of logic it out if you think about how y changes as x changes, but at this stage of the game, mate, it's best to just memorize them. Absolutely. Nice Rose, nice Sam. Fantastic, guys, fantastic. LAS1U says, I don't know. I feel like I don't get these easy ones. Hey, it's fantastic for us to go through it then, mate. Absolutely fantastic for us to go through it. Question 5. Let's see what we've got. What do we think, team? Maybe another 15 seconds for this one, and then I'll go through it. What do we think? Percentage profit, percentage profit. Okay, I'm going to put a little poll up, guys, for whether you'd want me to go through question number 4, because some of you are asking in the chat, and I'm going to go with the majority. Whether you want me to loop back to that one after doing question 5. I've set up that poll, but in the meantime, team, let's focus on question 5. It says that Sean pays £10 for 24 chocolate bars. He sells all 24 chocolate bars for 50 pence each. Work out Sean's percentage profit, and that is the question. How do we do it? Well, to work out percentage profit, we're going to do our profit divided by our costs, and then we're going to turn it into a percentage by multiplying it by 100. Step number 1, then, we need to work out our profit. Now, how do we work out profit? We do the amount of money coming in minus the amount of money that we spent. So first off, how much money do we have coming in? Well, we bought 24 chocolate bars for 50 pence each. Well, 50 pence is half of a pound. There's 100 pennies in a pound. 50 pence is half of a pound. So we essentially need to half 24 to get our number of pounds of profit. Sorry, not of profit, of revenue, of money coming in. So we can do the 24 chocolate bars times by 50 pence each. Half of 24 is 12, so that is going to be 12 pounds. Now to work out our profit. Well, our profit is going to be the money coming in, 12 pounds, minus the money that we spent, so minus the 10 pounds, and that is going to be 2 pounds. So, working out our percentage profit then, we're going to do our profit of 2 pounds divided by our costs of 10 pounds, and then we're going to times it by 100, and that is going to give us our answer. So 2 over 10 times by 100, this is simply writing 2 over 10 as a percentage. Now you might already know that 2/10 is 20%, and you could do it that way. If you wanted to do it a bit of a longer way with a bit more kind of logic behind it, you could do 2 over 10 times by 100 over 1, because 100, or any number divided by 1, is itself, so this is just 100 over 1. 2 times 100 is 200. 10 times 1 is 10. And then divide top and bottom both by 10, you get 20. So I just showed you that way so that you can also revise multiplying a fraction by an amount. The easiest way is to write the amount over 1 and then to follow it through and simplify. So overall, the percentage profit for Sean is going to be 20%. 20%. Okay, next up, question number 6. We'll do this one as well, guys. I'm not going to give you too long. This one is actually 5 marks. And I'm going to be honest. I don't normally say questions are nice, because obviously some people don't get the marks. But this is one of the nicest 5 markers I've ever seen. I will say. It's one of the quickest, nicest 5 markers I've ever seen. You do need some good knowledge. Don't get me wrong, not everybody's going to get. Oh, guys, I just saw that you do want me to go through question 4. I'll loop back to it after Q6. I'll loop back to it after Q6. Sorry, I forgot to check the poll. Just going to move myself to the left over here, guys, because I am blocking the QR code. Has anybody tested that QR code, by the way, guys? Would anybody mind just checking that it works? If you're watching on the channel, you'll see this little QR code where I'm pointing. That is to book the sessions for the nights before paper 2 and the night before paper 3 sessions. So the evening before paper 1, tomorrow evening, I'm running a free 4-hour masterclass similar to this evening. The ones for paper 2 and 3, I've had to cancel a bunch of other stuff where I would have earned money, so I'm going to have to charge for them. They're £20 for 4 hours, so £5 an hour, and you can book them using the little QR code there. They're all limited spaces, so just so that I can keep the quality high for everybody. So if you're thinking about it, I would get on it. Now, question 6, I will give a little hint because a couple of you have asked for it. Work out the size of angle EAB. EAB is this angle up here. I can see a couple of triangles. I can see a triangle here. So straight away, I'm thinking if I can work out this angle, and if I can work out this angle, then I can work out this angle, and job's a good one. When it comes to working out this angle, we can see that we have angles on a straight line here. When it comes to working out this angle, we can see that we have 2 parallel lines, and we have a bit of a corresponding angle going on here, which means something about the angles, which I'm not going to say for now. 30 more seconds, guys, and we will go through it. Zora said the QR works. Fantastic. Hyperfocus, that was my hint. Hopefully it helps. Thanks for testing the QR as well, guys. Emily says, do we pay again if we already do group tutoring? No, Emily, don't worry. I'm going to talk about that on Thursday, but I'm going to sort everybody in group tutoring, which is only about 10 of us. I'll sort you all out. So, question number 6. What do we reckon? I can see Ryan Seller saying 85 degrees. I can see Sam saying 85 degrees. Warris says, no way this question is 5 marks. Yeah, exactly, Texter. I did say, guys, it's quite generous for 5 marks. But hey-ho, let's get it done. I can see a few answers going in the chat. Emily says, yup, 85. Fantastic work, Emily. Guys, question number 6, let's get it done. It says that wasn't a good start, was it? AED and ABC are straight lines. Angle EBC is 148, and angle ADC is 63. Work out the size of angle EAB. You must give a reason for each stage of your working. So I kind of already explained it, but basically to work out this angle up at the top, EAB, we're going to work out this angle here, and we're going to work out this angle here, and then we're going to take these two away from 180, because the angles in a triangle add to 180. Now for this angle here, we can use angles on a straight line add to 180. So angles on a straight line add to 180 degrees. So we can do 180 minus 148, and that would be 32, and that is going to be this angle here. Next, working out this angle here, well, we said that it's corresponding with this one, and we may or may not know, we definitely know now, that corresponding angles are equal. So this one is 63. Final step then, to work out this angle up here, we can do 180 minus 63 minus 32. Now I would probably do this by adding these two together. 63 plus 32 is 95. So it's 180 minus 95. And you could do that using column method. It's going to be 85. So angle X up there at the top, angle EAB. So angle EAB is 85. Okay, fantastic work, guys. we are going to move back up to question number 4, because a few of you did ask me to go through it. I'm going to give 1 minute to go to do this one, and then I'll go through the answer. Just because it's only a 1 marker, and in general, you guys know the more marks that something is worth, the more time I'm going to give you. Anya says, can you tell me the topic of question 3, please? Question 3 is identifying key graphs. If you're going to search it up, this is the thing to look up. Question 3, identifying key graphs. This topic, though, is congruent triangles. Okay, I've given you time, guys. Question 4, let's do it. 2 of the triangles are congruent. Write down the letters of these 2 triangles. Now remember, guys, what does congruent mean? Congruent means exactly the same. The 2 triangles which are exactly the same. That means same side lengths and same angles. Now we have a few different ways to work out if 2 triangles are congruent. We have side, let me go back to my pen. We have side, side, side. We have side, angle, side. We have angle, side, angle. And we have right angle, hypotenuse, side. So basically, we look at all of these and we try and find 2 which have the same set of one of these. Now, this one's a little bit pesky because the answer is actually A and D. Now, why is it A and D? It's A and D because of angle, side, angle. But the thing is, this is 80 and this is 55. How can that be? I thought it was angle, side, angle. Well, they've been annoying and they've not told you the angle, which is the other side of the side. Remember, for angle, side, angle, it has to be an angle, a side in between, and then the other angle. So we can work out this angle down here. It's going to be 180 minus 80 minus 45. So it's going to be 55. And then you can see 55, 10, 45, 55, 10, 45. So our answer is A and D. Now, remember, guys, for Thursday, actually, no, I'm going to save the final tips for tomorrow. I'm going to save all the mindset stuff and the final tips for tomorrow, as well as teaching maths in these sessions before the exam. We're going to skip this one. We're going to go on to question number 8. As well as teaching the actual maths, guys, I'm going to be sharing mindset advice. I'm going to be sharing some performance coaching techniques. I'm going to be sharing how to deal with anxiety, how to give yourself more energy ahead of the exam, because I know exam season is grueling. A lot of you won't have met me before. We have 140 of us on the YouTube, maybe a few new ones. We have 2,000 of us on the TikTok, definitely a lot of new people over there. Guys, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Matt. I'm the founder of MyGCSEMaths. I built MyGCSEMaths. I'm doing this because it's what I needed when I was your guys' age. I went to a bit of a dodgy school. I had a really bad experience. I kind of had to self-teach my GCSEs, self-teach a lot of my A-levels. The school I went to got one of the worst sets of results in the country, almost got shut down. And basically, it kind of it really sucked, to be honest. And it motivated me to build what I wish I had. So that's why I'm doing this. That's why I'm doing this. I've been a maths tutor for the past 7 years, started my GCSE maths in 2023. And over time, I'm going to kind of merge it into a little bit more into the performance side and teaching other stuff. But you guys will learn about that in due course. For now, my priority is getting you guys through your exams, getting you the highest grades possible, and making your revision as enjoyable as possible. Now, I'm not going to say that maths is awesome and everybody should love maths. For most of you, it's going to suck, but I'm going to make it suck a little bit less. That's my goal. That's all I'm trying to do. Okay, question number 8 then. This one's been on the screen for a while. Let's see what we can do. Let's see what we can do. Are we ready? I'm not seeing too many answers in the chat, to be honest. Salma says, I like maths. Some people do like maths. And I've learned to like maths as I've been teaching it for so long. But I didn't come into this because I love numbers, that's for sure. Yeah, exactly, William. Unfortunately, it's the experience of a lot of people. Hassan, big up. I appreciate it. Doing some good moderating there. Okay. Question number 8. Still not seeing too many answers in the chat. Let's get a quick ready in the chat. Maybe I've missed some of them. Quick ready in the chat for me if you are ready. Charlotte 26, good to have you back. Hyperfocus is ready. Fantastic. Wise words from NJ. Guys, question number 8. Let's get it done. Question number 8. It says the diagram shows a prism placed on a horizontal floor. The prism has a height of 3 and a volume of 18. The pressure on the floor due to the prism is 75. Work out the force exerted by the prism on the floor. And they've given us our formula that pressure is equal to force divided by area. This is a bit of a classic problem solving. Basically, we need to use this formula, pressure equals force over area, to work out force, but we don't know the area and we do know the pressure. So basically, we need to use the information about the height and the volume to work out the area. And then from there, we can go ahead and we can work out the force. Now, how do we work out the area on the bottom? We're going to use our knowledge of the volume of prisms. The volume of prisms. We know that the volume of a prism is equal to the area of the end face times by the height. Now we know the volume. The volume is 18. We don't know the area. That's what we're trying to work out. We do know the height. The height is 3. To work out the area, then, we can just move this times 3 over to the left-hand side. We can divide both sides by 3, divide by 3, divide by 3. We get 6 is equal to the area. Now we can go ahead and we can sub our values into pressure equals force divided by area and work out the force. So we're going to have pressure equals force divided by area. This becomes pressure is 75, force is F, area is 6. Next stage, to work out the value of F, we're going to move the divide by 6 to the left-hand side of the equation. We're going to cancel out the divide by 6. So we're going to times both sides by 6. 75 times by 6, we can do that using column method. 75 times by 6. 6 times 5 is 30. 6 times 7 is 42, but we write in a 0. 420 plus 30 is 450. So our answer is 450. 450. If you got it, guys, congratulations. If you didn't get it, hopefully it made sense after I went through it. Question number 9, we will do. For this one, guys, I'm going to number them. I'm going to label them A, B, C, and D, because I know you're going to struggle to write this in the chat. And I'm going to ask you to write the order, like maybe it's B, A, C, D. I'm going to ask you to give your answer in the chat as an order like that. Cool, guys, I've been speaking non-stop for a while now. I'm going to rest my voice because we're going to be going for 8 hours this evening, guys, from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. So I need to just calm down a bit and get a little bit composed. Otherwise, my voice is going to be gone, and we're going to be here tomorrow as well. Quite a few people on the TikTok are asking about where the QR code is. In order to find the QR code, guys, you're going to have to go over to the channel. That is where you're going to find the booking details for the sessions before paper 2 and paper 3. Session before paper 1 is completely free, 4 hours tomorrow night, completely free. Paper 2 and paper 3 are £20 each, or for both of them it's £30. Ta-da! Limited spaces because we're keeping the quality high, and that's not going to be the case if there's 2,000 of us on there. I mean, that's very unrealistic anyway, but you know, you can dream. But yeah, so you want to book it sooner rather than later if you can. You can use tonight as an example, use tomorrow as an example, show your parents this evening's session, show your parents tomorrow evening session while you're in the session. explain that paper 2 and paper 3 are going to be £20 each, get them to join the live stream with you to see what they're paying for, and then they're going to be way more likely to sign up. That's what I would say if you're trying to convince your parents. What do we think then, guys? Question number 6, write these numbers in order of size. Start with the smallest number. I've seen a few answers going in the chat now, but not too many. DBAC is a popular one. So, 2 different ways to go about this, guys. 2 different ways to go about this. We could either write all of them as regular numbers, or we could write all of them in standard form. So we could convert this into a regular number, 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 which it already is, or we could convert them all into standard form. Now, there's no better, no worse method. I personally am going to write them all in standard form because that's probably what more of you would have done. But like I say, you could do it either way. So this one, A, is already in standard form. It's a number between 1 and 10, 6.72. 6.72 times by 10 to the power of 5. So that one we don't need to rewrite. What about this one? Well, 67.2 as a number between 1 and 10 is going to become 6.72 as well. But this time we're going to be timesing it by 10 to the power of. Now, at the moment, the power is -4, okay? The power is -4. That means we divide by 10 4 times. Because the power is negative, we're essentially dividing by 10 4 times. Now, we have made this number 10 times smaller, okay? We've made this number 10 times smaller. What that means is we need to divide by 10 1 time less, okay? So before we were dividing by 10 4 times, now we're going to divide by 10 3 times to keep the value of the number the same. So this has got 10 times smaller, so this gets 10 times bigger, essentially. Now, similar method with this one, 6.72 again, times by. This time, we've made this number 100 times smaller. We've put 2 decimal points, or 2 decimal places in. So we've divided it by 10 2 times. That means we need to make this 10 times bigger twice. So it's going to become 10 to the power of 6. And then writing this one in standard form, again, 6.72. 10 to the power of, this time it's classic writing it in standard form. How many places do we move the decimal point? We move the decimal point 1, 2, 3, 4 places. So it's going to be power of -4. Power of -4. Now we can go ahead and we can write them in order. The smallest one is going to be the one with the most negative power. So it's going to be this one, 10 to the power of -4. Next up, 10 to the power of -3, followed by 10 to the power of 5, followed by 10 to the power of 4. Sama says, yep, I switched all of them to normal numbers. Like I say, guys, normal numbers or standard form, both are absolutely fine. Question 10 up next. Any questions for that last one? You guys know the drill. Let me know in the chat. Question number 10. I'm just going to set up a quick pace poll on the channel, guys. And I just want to know how the pace is. How is the pace this evening? It's perfect. Please go a bit slower. Please go a bit faster. Okay. Brilliant job, everybody. Brilliant job. Nice, Freya. Nice, Hassan. Good to have you, my friend. Tyler says, please, can you give a hint? For this one, guys, I'm going to give a quick hint. Find the ratio of A to B to C. Now the key here is going to be firstly converting from fractions into ratios. So how do we convert this into a ratio and how do we convert this into a ratio? Then it's going to be combining ratios that we're working on. So first of all, writing the fractions as a ratio. Now this, luckily, when you know how to do it, is really not hard, but only when you know how to do it. How do we go from a over b equals 2 over 5 to a ratio? Well, what does this fraction actually mean? This fraction means if a is 2, then b is 5. Actually, it means exactly the same as the ratio, a to b being 2 to 5. This and this mean the exact same thing. When a is 2, b is 5. When a is 2, b is 5. It's just written in a different way. Now we can apply the exact same thing to the b over c. So the ratio of b to c is 3 to 4. That's my hint. I'm going to give another 30 seconds, and then I'm going to go through it. NJ says, if you need a break, I recommend taking it. You don't want to burn out. Matt's lives are also available to watch later. NJ, fantastic advice. And you'll all be pleased to know we are going to be taking breaks this evening. We're going to be taking a break on the hour every hour. So we're going to go for an hour. We're going to take a break. We're going to go for another hour. We're going to take a break. Another hour. We're going to take a break. So yeah, we're going to have a break in roughly 20 minutes. I also, to be honest, need to just slow down a bit because I'm speaking so quickly I'm going to lose my voice. But yeah, 5 p.m. until 9 p.m. is going to be this evening's stream. For how long the break is going to be, I'm going to run a poll and I'm going to let you guys decide. Maybe 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, but no longer than 10. Okay, question number 10. Let's get it done, guys. Let's get it done. So we've already worked out that the ratio of a to b is 2 to 5 and b to c is 3 to 4. Now we need to combine our ratios to one single ratio, a to b to c. How do we combine a ratio? Or one ratio, I should say, with another ratio. What we do is we look for the letter that's in both of them. Here we have a b in both of them. Then we rewrite the ratios, we scale them up to make the number for the b the same. So we need to find a number that 5 and 3 both go into. Now, the easiest way to do this is to do 5 times by 3. 5 times by 3 is 15. So we can write both of these as something to 15. How do we get from 5 to 15? We times it by 3. So we also have to times the 2 by 3. How do we get from 3 to 15? We times it by 5. So we also have to times the 20 by 5. 2 times by 3 is 6. 4 times by 5 is 20. Now what we can do is we can write our ratios all together. This tells us that when b is 15, the thing that we have in common, on the left a is 6, on the right c is 20. c is 20. So we get our ratio a to b, c. a to b to c. Any questions for that one, guys? You know the drill by now. Of course, let me know. Question number 11 is our next one. Question number 11 is our next one. Looking at the pace poll, I can see that we have 58% of people saying it's perfect, 21% saying please go a bit slower, 21% saying please go a bit faster. It sounds like we are doing well pace-wise. I'm going to have a quick look to see if I can see on my phone. My own, actually, if I maybe I log into a different account, see if this works. I'll be able to get set up so that I can see. We have a 2 marker, or two markers on the page right now. I'm going to go through both of these together, guys. I'm just going to quickly check my email. I'm trying to log into TikTok on my phone so I can watch the stream as I'm doing it. Let's see how this goes. There we go. 0, 7. Perfecto. That should be us logged in. Beautiful. Question number 11, guys. Answers in the chat for me when you're ready. Yay, there we go. I can see it. Ah, brilliant. Okay. Question number 11. What do we think? Zane says 300. The one and only says 300. Sam says 30,000. CL Pizza says 30,000 or 3,000. Yeah, let's have a look. Question 11. It says, find the value of the fourth root of 81 times by 10 to the power of 8. Now this one, guys, is pretty tough. This one is pretty tough. It's not an easy question, but I think we could give it a go. I think we could give it a go. So how can we split this up? Well, we can see that we have the fourth root of 81 times by 10 to the power 8. What we need to do is we need to do the fourth root of 81 times by the fourth root of 10 to the power of 8. We know, for example, that root 2 times by root 3 is equal to root of 2 times by 3, using our laws of surds. So we can actually split this up into the fourth root of 81 times by the fourth root of 10 to the power of 8. Now the fourth root of 81, what does that mean? It means what number do we times by itself, and then itself again, and then itself again to get 81, and that would be 3. What about the fourth root of 10 to the power of 8? This is saying what number, when we times it by itself and itself and itself again, gives us 10 to the power of 8? Well, that would be 10 to the power of 2. Now, 10 to the power of 2 is 100. 3 times by 100 is 300, giving us our answer. If you got that one, absolutely brilliant job. Next up, part B. Next up, part B. Answers in the chat for this one for me, please, everybody. Nektesi says, is this a live stream? Yep, this is a live stream. Hopefully you guys can't hear the church bells ringing, because they're pretty loud. Yeah, nice, Emily. Sorry, guys, you can hear the church bells, can't you? Can you hear them, or did it stop? Oh, you guys can hear it. Okay, let me turn it down. Let me put my mic on noise cancelling for a second. It should have gone now, because my mic is now on noise cancelling. Let's see, maybe my voice changed a bit, hopefully not. Part B, I can see a fair few answers in the chat. Oh, Holly said it's louder. Oh, sorry guys, sorry. You're saying it's louder, my bad. Now it should be quieter again. Is it quieter again now? Okay, let me just close the window while it's on. There we go. Okay, part B, we've given enough time for this now. Find the value of 64 to the power of negative a half. 64 to the power of negative a half. How do we deal with this? Well, we need to know how to deal with a negative power and how to deal with a fractional power. Now, the way that we deal with a negative power is we do 1 over whatever it otherwise would have been. So in this case, we're going to do 1 over 64 to the power of a half. So we've dealt with the negative now by making it 1 over. And now to deal with the half, when we have a fractional power, we do the root of the number on the bottom and raise it to the power of the number on the top. So we're going to do 1 over 64. We have a 2 on the bottom, so we're going to square root it. And we have a 1 on the top, so we're going to raise it to the power of 1. Now the square root of 64 is 8. So we have 1 over 8. And any number to the power of 1 is itself. So we have 1 over 8 as our answer. Part C, 2 marks. Honestly, this one's pretty tough. This one's pretty tough. Definitely the toughest one yet. Okay, and now I'm going to reopen the windows. Otherwise, I'm going to be way too hot. Guys, unfortunately, I think TikTok has nulled us in the algorithm because now there is very few people watching. I don't actually know if I can see anywhere here the live number of people, or if I have to go on my phone. Either way, all good. Hanan says, hey, I got a question about the previous question on the angles one. Let me know your question, and I should be able to remember what the question said, and I'll be able to answer. Good question, A1 Chow. A1 Chow said, sir, isn't it minus 64? Now, this is one of the most common mistakes that people make. So when we have a negative power, it doesn't make the answer negative. It doesn't make the answer negative. 7 to the power of negative 2 is not negative 7 squared. The negative makes it 1 over, so it's 1 over 7 squared. So it's 1 over 49. The negative makes it 1 over. The negative doesn't make it a negative answer. Part C, to be honest, actually uses a technique that comes up in AS level maths a lot. Hosnir Hossan says, hello sir, why is there another live stream on YouTube? I'm guessing you mean the vertical one. So I go live horizontally and vertically at the same time, just so more people can discover it. NJ, goodbye, my friend. Good luck with everything. I have not seen many answers in the chat, but I have seen a couple. Good work, Zane. Hanan says, can I use co-interior angle rule for that angles question previously? Yes, you can, Hanan. Yes, you can. You could do it with corresponding angles, or you could do it with co-interior, and then you could do it with 180 minus the angle. Okay, part C then, guys, part C. Write 3 to the power of n over 9 to the power of n minus 1 as a single power of 3. Write it as a single power of 3. What are we going to do? Well, what we're going to do is we're going to start off by recognizing that over means divide. So that's the first thing we're going to spot. So we essentially have 3 to the power of n divided by 9 to the power of n minus 1. The next thing I'm going to spot is that we need to write this as a power of 3. This is already a power of 3, but this is not a power of 3. This is a power of 9. So we need to convert this into a power of 3. Now the good thing is we know that 3 squared is 9. So we can write the 9 as 3 squared. We can write 3 to the power of n divided by 3 squared to the power of n minus 1. We've swapped the 9 for a 3 squared. Now, all of a sudden, everything we have has a power of 3. Now, how do we simplify this first of all? 3 squared raised to the power of n minus 1. Well, when we have a number to a power and we raise the whole thing to another power, we multiply those powers together. So we're going to have 3 to the power of n divided by 3 to the power of, we're going to do 2 times by n minus 1. 2 times n minus 1, and this is 2n minus 2. So we can go ahead and we can write this as 3 to the power of 2n minus 2. Now, when we have a base to a power and we divide it by the same base to another power, what do we do with the powers? We subtract the powers. We subtract the powers. So we essentially now need to do n minus 2n minus 2. 2n minus 2. And I've put the 2n minus 2 in brackets because I'm taking away the whole thing. N minus 2n is minus n, and minus 2 is plus 2. So now we've got our final power. We have 3 to the power of minus n plus 2, which if you wanted to, you could write it as 3 to the power of 2 minus n. 3 to the power of 2 minus n. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, fantastic work so far. We are now going to take our first break, and I'm going to put it to the chat. Would you like a 10-minute break or a 5-minute break? How long should the break be? Probably 10 minutes is the answer. Start a poll. How long should the break be? Personally, guys, I think 10 minutes is a better answer. But if you want to do 5, we can do 5. Let's see what the people say. YNWA says, give me an hour. Warriors says 30 minutes for geography. We're definitely not going to do 30 minutes. Yeah, I can see already people are going for 10 minutes. What about on the tickers? What do we think? Yeah, most people saying 10 minutes. Absolutely, guys. Absolutely. So the answer to that one, by the way, was 3 to the power of 2 minus n. 3 to the power of 2 minus n. A couple of people are just asking me to confirm that. 2 minus n. Okay, guys, we are now going to have a 10-minute break. When we come back, we're going to crack on with question number 13. I'm going to keep the stream running as it is. I'm just going to turn my mic off, and I'm going to turn my camera off. So 10-minute break. Back at 6:10. Hopefully that's clear. Guys, it has been a pleasure so far. We are 1 hour down into our revision marathon. Fantastic work so far, everybody. I'm going to turn my mic off and my camera off, and I'll catch you all shortly. And we are back. Guys, let me know. Can you hear me? Are we back up and running? 10-minute break is over. Let me know, team. Can you hear me? GCSE Stud said, bro, spawned in. Yes, sir. Zane says, yep. Emily says, yep, all good. Fantastic, guys. Fantastic. I hope you all had a nice break. Let's get going again. Let's get going again. We're going to get cracking again with this question 13. Let's see what we can do. I'm going to give you a few minutes to do it, and then I'll go through it. Guys, I realized I made a huge mistake, and it's really annoyed me, and I'm going to try not to show it, but it's really annoyed me. Because the posts I've been putting out have the YouTube logo in, they've been destroyed by all the algorithms. So they're not showing, and they're not getting any views on TikTok or YouTube or Instagram or whatever else, because I put the flipping logo in it. So they're being scanned by AI and not being promoted. And I've spent like so long making all the videos and promoting them all, and they should be getting loads of views. And I've been thinking, guys, why are they not getting any views? Like normally they get hundreds of thousands of views, millions of views even. It's because they have the logo on it. Absolute L and a half, man. Huge L. That's so annoying, I can't even say. Maybe we'll see, because I did upload some which don't have the logo on, so we can see how they do compared to the other ones. But guys, so annoying. Kylos says restart the stream without the logo. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely do that. Probably not this evening, but it's all the posts I've done, guys. Like if you go on my TikTok, I've got so many posts like out over the last few days. I mean, they're getting decent views, but like way less than normal. And it's because I've got they're being scanned. Hassan says, rookie mistake. Yeah, brother, rookie mistake. Oh, well, guys, the show goes on. The bottom line is we're here, we're revising, and there's still a couple hundred of us on here. That is a rookie mistake, though. That is a rookie mistake. Dritsky says, this is an ethical issue for those doing CS tomorrow. Yeah, man, absolutely. Guys, anyway, should we go through it? Yeah, let's do it. Question 13. Let's have a look. It says liquid A and liquid B are mixed to make liquid C. Liquid A has a density of 70 kilogram per meter cubed. Liquid A has a mass of 1,400 kilograms. Liquid B has a density of this. Liquid B has a volume of this. Work out the density of liquid C. Now, how do we work out the density of a shape, guys? Well, the density, we know, is equal to mass divided by volume. Now, the way that we work out the density of C is no different. The density of C is the mass of C, not the mass of V, the mass of C divided by the volume of C. Now, how do we work out the mass of C? Well, the mass of C is liquid A plus liquid B, or the mass of A plus the mass of B. And the volume of C is the volume of A plus the volume of B. The volume of A plus the volume of B. So we need to go ahead and work those out. Well, for A, we have the density and the mass, but we don't have the volume. So let's work that out first of all. So we can draw out our density, mass, and volume triangle. That's going to be a nice way to do it. We have density is mass divided by volume. So we can go like this. We're going to work out the volume of A. Well, the volume of A is going to be the mass of A divided by the density of A. So mass of A divided by the density of A. The mass of A is 1,400. The density is 70. So now we can do this calculation and work out the volume of A. 1,400 divided by 70, divide the top and bottom both by 10. We get 140 over 7. 14 divided by 7 is 2, so 140 divided by 7 is going to be 20, and that is going to be in meters cubed. Now what about for B? Well, for B we have the density and the volume, we need to work out the mass. So we're going to work out the mass of B. This is going to be, if we go to our triangle, we're going to have mass is equal to density times by volume on the bottom. So it's going to be the density of B times by the volume of B. The density of B is 280. 280. The volume of B is 30, so times 30. And now we can do our multiplication. 28 times by 3 is going to be 84, and I can do that over here just to make it clear. So we can do that using column method. 28 times by 3. 8 times by 3 is 24. Write in the 0. 2 times by 3 is 6. Add those together, 84. So now we can write in the 84. Then we can add the zeros on. 84, and then we have 1, 2 zeros. 84, and then 0, 0. Now, what are we going to do? We're going to work out the density of C. So we need the mass of A plus the mass of B on the top. Let's write this down here. Let's go for orange. Density of C is equal to the mass of A, which from the question is 1,400, plus the mass of B, which we worked out, is 8,400, over the volume of A is 20, plus the volume of B, I think, is up here, 30, there we go. 1,400 plus 8,400 is 9,800 over 50. Now to simplify this, I'm going to divide the top and bottom both by 10. I'm going to knock a 0 off. We're going to get 980 over 5. Now to simplify this, we can do 980 divided by 5. 980 inside our bus stop. Divided by 5. 5s into 9 goes 1 remainder 4. 5s into 48 goes 9 remainder 3. 5s into 30 goes 6 times. So we have 196 as our answer. 196 as our answer. Okay, let's keep moving, team. Next up, question number 14. Sorry, guys, I was just looking at my dilemma with the talkers and trying to get it fixed. But it's feeling like we can't. Lola Cabby says, this is hard. Absolutely, Lola. It's a tricky one. Definitely a tricky one. Guys, let me know if you want a hint. I want to give you another 30 seconds to think about this. Then I'll come in with a hint. Raya says, is it 0.42? That's the first answer in the chat. Quiff Nug thinks it's the same. Nice FC24 Gaming in there with an answer as well. Sam said this is a slightly harder question than the 5 marker. Yeah, only a little bit. And longer as well, right? It's not even like it's a quicker thing to do. That's an answer from Zane. Hint Pol's in there with an answer as well. Seungmin Kira's not sure. Team, let's get it done. Question number 14. This one says, Sally plays 2 games against Martin. In each game, Sally could win, draw, or lose. In each game they play, the probability that Sally will win is 0.3. The probability that she'll draw is 0.1. We've not been told the probability she loses though, so we can start off by working that out. Now we know that all of our probabilities add to make 1. So we can work out the probability of losing, by doing 1 minus the 0.3 minus the 0.1. 1 minus 0.3 minus 0.1 is going to be 0.6. So we've got the probability of losing. Now, what's the probability of winning exactly 1 game? Now, we could do this by drawing out the tree diagram, but we don't actually have to. What we can do is we can just work out the probability of each of the different options that we need and then add them together. So what are the different ways that Sally can win exactly 1 game? So the probability of winning exactly 1 game will be the probability that she wins and then loses. Or another way of winning 1 game is winning and then drawing. So they're the 2 ways to win 1 game when you win the first game. And then we have both of these the other way around as well. So we have the probability of losing and then winning. And then we have the probability of drawing. Oh, didn't write that right. Probability of drawing and then winning. Now, because these are 4 different ways that she wins exactly 1 game, we can multiply them, we can add all of the different probabilities together. We just need to work out then the probability of winning, losing, then winning, drawing, then losing, winning, then drawing, winning. How do we do it? Well, winning and then losing, probability of winning is 0.3. Probability of losing is 0.6, and she needs to do both of those. So we're going to times the probabilities together, plus probability of winning and then drawing. Well, winning, wait, did I write that right? Winning, yeah, 0.3 for the next one. Times by drawing is 0.1. Then losing and then winning. Losing is 0.6. Winning is 0.3. And then drawing is 0.1. And then winning is 0.3. Winning is 0.3. Next step, we can go ahead and we can do our multiplications. Now, this is fantastic because we get to practice multiplying our decimals. How do we do 0.3 times by 0.6? We do 3 times by 6, which is 18. And then because there's 2 numbers after the decimal places that we ignored, we put 2 decimal places back in. So it's 18, but with 2 decimal places, so it's 0.18. Now the same thing for the 3 times the 1. 3 times 1 is 3, but we need to put 2 decimal places back in, so we get 0.03 plus 6 times by 3 is 18. It's going to be the same as this one. So 0.18 plus this 0.03. It's going to be the same as this one down here. Now we can simplify this. We can add them all together. 0.18 plus 0.03 is 0.21. And then this is the same again. So 0.21 again. 0.21 plus 0.21 is 0.42. And this is our answer. Personally, I think that's a little bit quicker, a little bit easier than drawing out that tree diagram, which gets annoying when we have 3 different events. Here we have losing, drawing, and winning, or 3 different outcomes, I should say. So it's a little bit easier to just think about, okay, well, what are the different ways? Well, I could win and then lose, or I could win and then draw, or I could lose and then win, or I could draw and then win. Okay, hopefully that one made sense, guys. Any questions, let me know. Otherwise, question 15 is our next one. Question 15 is our next one. Ether83W says, will you be streaming again tomorrow? Absolutely. I'm going to be live tomorrow evening from 5 p.m. until 9 p.m. again. Hey, JP Punk, good to have you. United Fan says, for probability, do you need to do it over 1 for every time? You don't need to do it for over 1, but you do know that all the probabilities add to make 1, if that's what you mean. So in that previous one, we used the fact that all of the probabilities add to make 1. We used that in our working out. But not over 1. Question 15. 3 marks up for grabs in this one. Yep, Charlotte says yes, negative reciprocal. Tyler says, is the perpendicular line the negative reciprocal? Absolutely, Tyler. Yes, it is. Absolutely. SRAG Iragi says, negative reciprocal, then substitute coordinates. Absolutely. Fantastic summary. Fantastic summary. A quick ready in the chat for me, guys, when we're ready. And we'll get cracking through question 15. Zane's ready. Gabby's ready. Clawmrant says ready. Fantastic. Yep, let's get going then, guys. Question number 15. Let's get it done. It says the straight line L1 has equation y equals 3x minus 4. The straight line L2 is perpendicular to L1 and passes through the point 9, 5. Find an equation of line L2. Step number 1. We know that to work out the equation of line L2, we're going to need the gradient and we're going to end up needing the y-intercept. We have a point on the line, and we can work out the equation of a line if we have the gradient and a point on it. Now, because it's perpendicular to L1, we can work out the gradient using L1. What do we know about perpendicular lines? We actually know that the gradients are the negative reciprocal of each other. So the gradient of L2 will be the negative reciprocal of the gradient of L1. Now, the gradient of L1 is the number next to the x, it's the 3. The gradient of L2 then is going to be the negative reciprocal, so negative 1 over this is going to be negative 1 over 3. Now that we have the gradient and we have a point on the line, we can find the equation of our line. We have y equals minus 1 over 3x plus c. And then what we can do is we can substitute our coordinates into our line to get rid of the y and the x. We know that when x is 9, y is 5. So we're going to have 5 is equal to negative 1 over 3 times by 9 plus c. Now we can simplify and rearrange to work out c. Negative 1 over 3 times by 9 is going to be negative 3. So we have 5 equals negative 3 plus c. Now to work out the value of c, we can add 3 to both sides. We're going to get 8 is equal to c. Now that we have the value of c, we can plug it back into our line, and we have our equation. So we're going to have y is equal to negative 1 over 3x plus 8. Negative 1 over 3x plus 8. And that, guys, is our answer. Any questions, let me know. Hopefully that one was clear enough, guys. Next up, we're going to have question. Yeah, exactly, Charlotte. Very easy mistake to make. Those of you saying that you didn't do 1 over or that you didn't do the negative, when we do perpendicular lines, we have to do negative and we have to do 1 over. So this is essentially 3 over 1, and it becomes 1 over 3. Okay, the next one we will do is we will do 16. Yeah, let's do 16. Good little question. If you know the topic, put it in the chat for me. Yep, absolutely, JP Punk. You're right, Quiffnog. You're right, Mistillation. You're right, Ether. You're right, Kevin Zeiser. Yep, absolutely, guys. Capture, recapture is the topic for question number 16. Now, if you haven't covered capture, recapture yet, you might be panicking. Guys, don't panic, don't worry. I'm going to explain exactly how to do it in this question here. So we're going to be good. We're going to be good. Don't worry. I can explain how to do it. Even if you've never covered capture, recapture before, I'll explain it so that you understand. Okay, guys, I just tried to close the TikTok live off, and now I'm reopening it without the branding. So we're going to see how this goes. I don't know if it will restart the live again so soon, but it might do. There's definitely a chance. Maybe it didn't have time to officially end. Has it been classed as a new live? Let's see. Ah, okay. It is classed as a new live. Now let's see if that makes a difference. Let's see if that makes a difference. So 1 minute in. Brilliant. Okay. Question 16, team. Answer in the chat for me. Let's see what we've got. Mariam said, guys, don't worry. Inshallah, we're all going to do amazing. Blue Legend says, it's the answer 540. Yep, I can see a few 540s in the chat. Team, question 16, let's get it done. Shirley wants to find an estimate for the number of bees in her beehive. On Monday, she catches 940. She puts a mark on all of them and returns them to her hive. On Tuesday, she catches 120 of the bees. She finds that 20 of them have been marked. Work out an estimate for the total number of bees in her hive. This is a classic capture-recapture situation. As soon as you see somebody catching something, funnily enough, marking it and then returning it, you know it's going to be capture-recapture. How do we do this? What's the right way to do this? Well, we know at the start that Shirley caught 90 bees. We need to work out the total number. We can use her recaptured amounts to estimate what fraction have been marked. Well, if 20 out of 120 of the new bees that have been caught have been marked, with assuming that the amount that we marked or the fraction that we marked is the same as 20 out of 120. So it's like the 90 that we caught as a fraction of the total is equal to 20 over 120. When we recaught 120, 20 were marked, so we can assume that 20 120ths is the fraction of the total, 90 over x, that were marked. Now we can rearrange this to work out x, which is the total number. Step number one, we can simplify this fraction. We can divide the top and bottom both by 90. I'm going to go 90 over x. I meant divide the top and bottom by 20. We get 1 over 6. Next, times both sides of our equation, cross multiply both sides of our equation. We have one fraction is equal to another fraction. So we can times both sides by x and times both sides by 6. On the left-hand side, 90 times 6, 9 times 6 is 54. Add a 0, we get 540. And 1 times x is x. So we get 540 equals x. And x is our total number of bees. Nicely done, guys, if you got it. If not, hopefully you understand it now. If you have any questions, guys, you know the drill. Let me know in the chat. Part B is tough. Part B is tough. What did you guys think for Part B? It says, Shirley assumes that none of the marks have been rubbed off between Monday and Tuesday. If Shirley's assumption is wrong, explain what effect this would have on your answer. Explain what effect this would have on your answer. Is it an overestimate or is it an underestimate? Okay, guys, quite a lot of people are asking me to redo it. So I'm just going to explain again how we did it, and then I will go through Part B. So what we did, guys, was we used the information to estimate what fraction of the overall number of bees had been marked. When we did the recapture, we found that 20 out of 120 bees were marked. So we can use that to suggest that 20 1/20ths is the fraction of the total number of bees that were marked. What that means is that the number of bees that were marked, 90, over the total number of bees that there were, well, that is the fraction of all of the bees that were marked. So it's like saying the fraction of the bees that were marked, the 90 that were marked over the x total, is equal to 20 1/20ths. This suggests that 20 1/20ths, or 20 out of 120 bees, is the fraction of the bees that has been marked. Then what we do is we essentially solve this equation. At the moment, we have 90 over x equals 20 over 120. How do we solve this? Well, step number one, I see that this fraction is annoying to work with. 20 and 120 are both big numbers, so I simplify this fraction by dividing the top and bottom both by 20. 20 divided by 20 is 1, 120 divided by 20 is 6. So I end up with 90 over x equals 20 over 120, 90 over x equals 1 over 6. Now to solve the equation, well, we have one fraction equals another fraction. This is quite an advanced technique, grade 7, or grade 6, grade 7. Basically, when we have one fraction equals to another, what we can do is we can cross multiply. We can times both sides by 6. On the left-hand side, it is 6 times 90. On the right-hand side, it cancels. And then we can times both sides by x. On the left-hand side, it cancels. On the right-hand side, 1 times x. And that is cross-multiplying. It gives us 540 is equal to x. Next up, part B. Shirley assumes that none of them have been rubbed off between Monday and Tuesday. If her assumption is wrong, explain what effect this would have on your answer. So, what would it mean if some of the marks have been rubbed off? Well, what it would mean is that this fraction would be an overestimate. Why? Oh no, wait a second. Yeah, this fraction would be an overestimate because this one's really hard to get, guys, but because in reality, a greater number of B's has been marked than would be suggested, which basically makes this an overestimate, which makes this an overestimate. That is 16B. I'm not going to spend a bunch of time explaining that, guys. It's 1 mark, and I could sit here and explain it for 10 minutes, and I know it won't make too much of a difference, to be honest. If you got it the first time round, well done. If you don't understand it at this stage, just don't worry about it. It's a really tricky thing to get your head around. Okay, question 17. This is a good one. Let's get it done. Let's get it done. An absolute classic. And you do need to use a bit of a kind of tricky technique. Bit of a tricky technique in here. Mariam says, we got this. Absolutely. Let's have a quick look to see if the TikTok is running a bit more smoothly now. I think it might be. How many of us are on now? Question 17, 4 marks up for grabs in this one. Can we get it? It's definitely one that you want to be trying to get. Yeah, see, look, now there's 200 of us on the TikTok. That's so much better. So it was that little logo that was causing the issues. That means that it is that logo that's causing all of the issues on my posts. Ah, that's so frustrating. Ah, well. Sometimes you got to learn lessons the hard ways, guys. I do just need to take all of my posts down for tomorrow and re-upload them, but that's okay. That's okay. I can see a few different answers going into the chat. Zane's got an answer. Amelie's got an answer. Rose has got an answer. Jay Punk says, sir, are we going to go over every question? Because the last question on this paper is very much worth going over. We can go over the last question, absolutely. How many questions are there in this paper? Let's have a look. 23. Yeah, guys, don't worry. We can go over them all. All of the remaining questions are good questions, so we'll go through them all. Okay, team, let's do it then. Question number 17. Make f the subject of the formula d is equal to 3 bracket 1 minus f bracket over f minus 4. So this one is a rearranging problem. And we can see that we have an f on the bottom of the fraction and an f on the top of the fraction. So what we need to do is firstly deal with the fact that the f is on the bottom. In general, make f the subject means make it f equals. We can't make it f equals if we have an f on the bottom of the fraction. So I'm going to start off by getting rid of the f on the bottom of the fraction by timesing both sides by f minus 4, times f minus 4 times f minus 4. On the left-hand side, I'm going to have d bracket f minus 4, right-hand side bracket, or 3 bracket 1 minus f. Now I can see that I have two sets of brackets, and I have f's inside of both of the brackets. I don't like this. So next stage, I'm going to expand both sides. So expand, expand. How do we expand brackets? Well, we do the number on the outside, or the letter on the outside, times each of the letters on the inside. D times by f is df minus d times by 4 is 4d. And this is equal to 3 times by 1, which is 3. And then 3 times by minus f is minus 3f. Now, we need to get all of the f's onto one side and all of the terms without an f onto the other side. We have the df here, and we have the minus 3f here. I'm going to move the minus 3f to the left-hand side. I'm also going to move the minus 4d to the right-hand side, so I'm going to add 4d to both sides. So in one stage, I'm going to move this minus 3f, so I'm going to plus 3f, and I'm going to also plus 4d. Plus 4d, plus 4d. You don't have to do it in one stage. So on the left, we're going to have df plus the 3f. This is going to be equal to 3 plus the 4d. 3 plus the 4d. Next step, and this is the tricky bit that you need to lock in on. We can see that we have two different terms which have f's in. But one has a letter next to the f, the d. One has a number next to the f, the 3. So what we need to do is we need to factorize out the f to isolate it. So we're going to factorize out the f. We're going to get f bracket. What do you times by f to get df? You times it by d plus. What do you times by f to get 3f? You times it by 3. This is going to be equal to 3 plus 4d. And now final stage, I'm going to divide both sides by d plus 3 now to get the f on its own. F is going to be equal to 3 plus 4d over d plus 3. Over d plus 3. Guys, good job if you got it. Any questions, let me know. Joy says 4 out of 4. Well done, Joy. Next up, team, question 18. Question 18. This one, by the way, guys, I would really recommend revising ahead of Thursday if you didn't understand it, especially if you're aiming for a grade 6 or higher. It would be a good one to practice. 18 is a tricky one. 18 is a tricky one, let me tell you. Okay, guys, TikTok has somehow flagged me again. I don't know how that's happened. TikTok has somehow flagged me again. God. So maybe it's not the logo. Maybe they just don't like me somehow. Yeah, guys, that's so weird. Oh, well, whatever. We'll roll with it. I'm going to stop mentioning it because it's probably getting annoying for you guys. But whatever. CL Pizza says, because you're increasing the grade boundaries. Holly says they might have shadow banned your account. Why though, guys? I'm just out here posting maths content. Azad says, how do I join the tutoring? Oh yeah, guys, actually the link's in my bio to group tutoring. It's £20 a week, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, 5:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. That is the new setup. So I go live every Monday, as you guys know, from 5:30 till 6:30. But I also do group tutoring, which is a far smaller group, £20 a week. on a Tuesday, a Wednesday, and a Thursday. The Tuesday session is 5:30 till 6:30. I didn't mean to say that. The Tuesday session is grade 4 to 5. The Wednesday session is grade 6 to 7. And the Thursday session is grade 8 to 9. If you sign up once, you get access to all of them. So you could join all three. That's what most people do. We have a great little community. But if you just wanted to join the 8-9 classes, you could absolutely do that as well. And you can just sign up using the link in the description of this video. Most people in there are aiming for a grade 7 on average. Some people aiming for a grade 5 or 6. Some aiming for a grade 8/9. Most actually started aiming for 7, but are actually aiming for a grade 8 or grade 9 now. What do we think for this one then, guys? Holly says because of the logo. You think because of my logo? It could be because of me putting my actual logo on there. But I mean, come on, that's a bit harsh, isn't it? That's a bit harsh. Is that what you think it is, guys? Because it has my brand logo on it? Surely not. Question 18. JP Punk says, this is hard, I'm not sure. This one's tricky, guys. This one's tricky. The FPL post says, let's go smash these exams. Come on. Okay. Yeah, people saying this one's hard. Tyler says, can you go through it? Absolutely, buddy. We're going to go through it now. Question 18. X is proportional to the square root of y, where y is greater than 0. Y is increased by 44%. Work out the percentage increase in x. Now, what does it mean if x is proportional to the square root of y? It means that x is equal to k times by the square root of y. X is equal to k times by the square root of y. Now, normally a question like this tells us a value of x and a value of y and asks us to work out k. But in this case, we don't have a value of x, we don't have a value of y. Instead, it says y is increased by 44%. How can we increase y in here by 44%? Well, y is going to become 1.44y. So x is going to be equal to k times by the square root of 1.44y. This is how we can write our new equation having increased y by 44%, because 1.44 is the decimal multiplier for a 44% increase. Now, it says work out the percentage increase in x. How can we do that? Well, we know that this root 1.44, or we know that this 1.44 is inside the square root. We can write this as x equals k times the square root of 1.44 times the square root of y. Now, the square root of 1.44, what is the square root of 1.44? The square root of 1.44 is 1.2. We know that the square root of 144 is 12. It's our job to spot that 1.44 is very similar to 144, and then to use this as a reference point to work out the square root. So x is equal to k times 1.2 times the square root of y. Now from here we can see what's happened to the value of x. Well, x was k root y. Now it's k root y times 1.2. So x has essentially been multiplied by 1.2. X has been increased by 20%. So the percentage increase in x has been increased by 20%, and we can tell that from the decimal multiplier for 20% increase. Decimal multiplier for a 20% increase. Chat, talk to me. How do we find that one? Do we have any questions? Bronco says, so you ignore K for this? Absolutely, Bronco. This, by the way, guys, I would say is a grade 8 question. Very few people get it in general. Sam says that's a diabolical question. It's a tough one. FC24 says, wait, 20% increase, how, sir? Well, it's because we have times the whole of this by 1.2, which is the decimal multiplier for the 20% increase. Okay, team, we're going to move on. Question number 19. We have 5 marks up for grabs in total. A says find g of 5, B says g of f of 9, and then C says find g to the minus 1 of 6. And I'm going to show you a bit of an easier way to do part C, because there's 2 different ways to do it. I'm going to show you both ways, the longer way that most people would do, and also the shorter way that some people would do. The shorter way is only useful because sometimes the long way is a nightmare, in which case you want to do the shorter way. Question 19. Sorry, guys, I know it's weird when I laugh, but I don't say what I'm laughing at because it creates a bit of a weird experience. Like, what's this guy laughing at? I was laughing because somebody commented, we need to power tap, which, I mean, is really not funny, but anyway. That was on the TikTok, I think, because it's struggling. Okay, question 19. What do we think, guys? Crispy Komodo says, thanks, Matt. What a name that is, guys. Thanks, Matt. I'm going to do computer science revision now. My pleasure, mate. Good luck with the computer science. Okay, yeah. Few questions going in. Let's go through it then, guys. Question 19. Part A says find g of 5. Find g of 5. How do we find a function of a value? What we do is we plug the number into the function. What have we swapped when going from g of x to g of 5? Well, we've just swapped x for 5. So we're going to also have to swap the x for 5 here. So we're going to say g of 5 is equal to 3 bracket 2x, so 2 times 5, and then we have plus 1, and now we can simplify this. We have 3 bracket, 2 times 5 is 10, plus 1 is 11. I used BIDMAS there, and then 3 times 11 is 33. Next up, part B says find g of f of 9. Okay. Well, this time, what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to firstly find f of 9, and then we plug that into g. Now, crucially, we deal with the f first because the 9 is closer to the f, and then we put it into g. So we start off by finding f of 9. We get f of 9 is equal to 12 over the square root of x. X is 9, so 12 over root 9. The square root of 9 is 3, so we have 12 over 3, which is 4. Next up, g of 4, because now we need to put the output of the first part in. So now that we found f of 9 is 4, we find g of 4. Remember, g of x is 3 bracket 2x plus 1. So we have 3 bracket 2 times by 4 plus 1. This is going to be 3 bracket, 2 times 4 is 8. 8 plus 1 is 9, so we have 3 times by 9, which is 27. Nicely done, guys. If you got it, good work. Look, Carby. Good work. Everybody who got it. Fantastic work, fantastic work. Okay, next up, part C. Find g to the minus 1 of 6. G to the minus 1 of 6. How are we going to do this one, guys? How are we going to do this one? Guys, by the way, I can see, I don't know if we have any mods on at the moment. Anybody who's been a regular in the streams, if you let me know in the chat now, if you'd like to be a mod, I can make you a moderator and you can make sure that you're just muting and kicking out anybody who does anything inappropriate. Just because I can see the chat's a bit busy. Question 19, let's do it then. Find g to the minus 1 of 6. So, g to the minus 1 of 6. How are we going to do it? Well, firstly, we're going to find g to the minus 1 of x, and then we're going to plug in 6. Okay, I have seen a few of the regulars. Amelie, I can see in here, is already a mod. Tyler Wheeler, I am going to make you a moderator. Thank you very much, buddy. Standard moderator, save. And let's see who else. Let's go for FC24 Gaming. I know you've been in here a lot, mate, so I'm going to ask you to be a moderator as well. FC24 Gaming, add as a moderator. Standard moderator, there we go. So, firstly, guys, we're going to find g to the minus 1 of x. Sam, actually, as well. You've been in here a lot, so I'm going to make you a moderator. Sam66, add as a moderator. Guys, if anybody puts anything inappropriate, the moderators are under strict advice to get rid of anybody who's putting anything inappropriate. I take full responsibility for anybody getting muted. I've chosen the moderators because I trust them. They've been regulars in the classes. So, guys, anybody who puts anything inappropriate, get them straight out. We want to keep this a nice environment for everybody. So, firstly, we're going to find the inverse function of g. So, firstly, we're going to simplify g of x. Well, we know that g of x is 3 bracket 2x plus 1. So, we can simplify this by expanding our brackets. 3 times 2x is 6x. And then 3 times by 1 is 3, so we get 6x plus 3. The next stage then is going to be to bring this down here. So g of x equals 6x plus 3. Yeah, and how do we find the inverse function? Finding the inverse function, this is a really important topic, guys. Let's go through it. This is a bit of a set process that we memorize. So what we do is we take our function and we set it equal to y. So y equals 6x plus 3. The next thing that we do is we rearrange this equation to make x the subject. So I'm going to start off by minusing 3 from both sides. Y minus 3 equals 6x. And then I'm going to divide both sides by 6. Y minus 3 over 6 is equal to x. The next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to swap my y for my x, and that is going to be our final step to get our inverse function. So all that we have to do is we take this, the y minus 3 over 6, we swap our y for an x, and that gives us our answer. So we have x minus 3 over 6. X minus 3 over 6. Now the next stage then, because we need to find the inverse function with 6 plugged in, is we just swap the x for the 6, and we're going to get 6 minus 3 over 6, which is going to be equal to 3 over 6, which is going to be equal to a half. And this, guys, is going to be our answer g to the minus 1 of 6 is equal to 1/2. Hopefully that one made sense, guys. Anybody spamming will also be kicked out. Next up, question 20, then question 21, 22, and 23. Now we are into the grade 8, grade 9 questions. Guys, I've just seen the time. It is 6 minutes past the hour. I'm not going to say it. 6 minutes past the hour, so we are going to have our next break. We are going to have a 10-minute break. So we're going to say having a 10-min break. We are back at, let's go for 7:17. 7:17. Okay. Fantastic work so far, everybody. I'm going to draw a quick little happy face, symbolize that we are halfway through the session and you guys are putting in a fantastic shift. I'm going to turn my mic off and my camera off, and I will see you in 10 minutes. Ciao for now. And we are back. Guys, let me know. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Are we back? I think we might be. W Skis says 1 min late, bro. Yeah, sorry guys. Sorry guys. J Punk says, thanks for the mod, sir. Was that you? Absolutely, it was, mate. I saw that you were putting some great stuff in the chat. Yeah, I thought I'd make you mod. Thanks for the help, buddy. Okay, team. Question 20. Let's get back into it. I'll give you guys 2 or 3 minutes to go through it. It's a pretty tricky one. It's not crazy difficult. I'd say this is a grade 8 question. Grade 8 question. You're saying you can't hear me? Guys, you should be able to hear me. You can't hear me? Yeah, you can. Oh, you can't hear me? Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Oh, you guys trying to take me for a muppet, saying that you can't hear me. Thank you guys for confirming. Thank you, Sama. Thank you, Tyler. Question 20. You can't hear me. I just had a bit of an echo. Sorry, guys. Question 20, guys. Let's get a little ready in the chat for me when you are ready. And we'll go through it. I know it's been on the screen for a while, but I wanted you guys to have a break just like I did. One, two, three, five, nine, eight, eight. L is ready. Zara's ready. Xylo's ready. Sungmin said, I'll be ready in about 30 minutes. Okay, quite a few of us are ready. Team, let's get question 20 done. It says, show that the square root of 180 minus 2 root 5 over 5 root 5 minus 5 can be written in the form a plus root 5 over b, where a and b are integers. So we basically need to rationalize this. We can see that we have a whole number here. Integers just means whole numbers. And a whole number here. We don't have any surds on the bottom. So this is a rationalizing question. Now, the first thing that I see is I see this root 180 on the top. And I see that this is a pretty big number inside of our square root. So I'm going to see if I can simplify this surd first of all. Now, I'm going to be looking for a... let me actually just explain this fully. So how do we simplify this surd? Well, we need to write it as the square root of a square number times by the square root of another number. And we need to find the biggest number, which is square, and is also a factor of 180. Now, 36 is actually a factor of 180. 36 times by 5 is 180. So we can write this as root 36 times by root 5. Root 36 times by root 5. Now, the square root of 36 is 6. Let me keep the space. So we just have 6 root 5. Now we can focus on rationalizing. So I'm going to just simplify a bit further. 6 root 5, which is root 180, minus 2 root 5 on the top. Well, what's that going to become? What's that going to become? We have 6 root 5 6 root 5, which is the root 180. We minus the 2 root 5. Remember, guys, when we have the same number inside the square root, we can just minus the numbers on the outside. So this is 4 root 5. This is a bit like saying we have 6 x's, we take away 2 x's, we have 4 x's. But in this case, root 5s. We have 6 root 5s, we minus 2 root 5s, we're left with 4 root 5s. So we now have a little bit of a simpler thing to rationalize. The thing that we need to rationalize is 4 root 5 over 5 root 5 minus 5. Now, how do we rationalize the denominator when we have 1/3 minus a number? What we have to do is we have to times the top and the bottom by the current denominator. But because we have two terms, we have to swap the minus for a plus. So we times by 5 root 5 plus 5 on the top and on the bottom. 5 root 5 plus 5. From here, where do we go? Well, we need to times the top, 4 root 5 by the top, 5 root 5 plus 5. We need to times this by each of these terms. So we essentially have 4 root 5 times by 5 root 5, and then we have 4 root 5 times by 5. 4 root 5 times by 5 root 5. We do the number on the outside of the third times the number on the outside. 4 times 5 is 20. Then the number on the inside times the number on the inside. 5 times 5 is 25. Plus root 5 times by 5. Whole number times a third. We have 5 root 5. Now on the bottom, what are we going to have? Well, we need to do all of this, 5 root 5 minus 5, comes by all of this, 5 root 5 plus 5. So we're going to have to expand this using what we know about expanding double brackets. We have 5 root 5 minus 5 times by 5 root 5 plus 5. 5 root 5 times 5 root 5 is 25 root 25. 5 root 5 times 5 is 25 root 5. Minus 5 times by 5 root 5 is minus 25 root 5. And then we have minus 5 times by 5, that's minus 25. Now we can think about simplifying. What are we going to have? Well, we're going to have 25 root 5. The square root of 25 is 5. So we have 25 times 5, that's 125. These two cancel. So we have 125 minus 25. 125 minus 25 is 100. So on the bottom here, we have 100. Now, just to save space, I'm going to move this down. Go freeform. And I'm going to move this one down just to here. Now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to see if I can simplify my top. Now we know the square root of 25 is 5, so we have 20 times 5, which we already said about. 20 times 5 is 100. So we have 100 plus 5 root 5 over 100. Now we can split this into two terms because look, it says a plus root 5 over b. So we're going to have two terms, 100 over 100 plus 5 root 5 over 100. 100 divided by 100 is 1 plus 5 root 5 over 100. We're going to divide the top and bottom both by 5. And we're going to get root 5 over 20. And that, guys, is our answer. 1 plus the square root of 5 over 20. 1 plus the square root of 5 over 20. I know we're going to have some questions in here. Don't worry, guys. I'm going to answer them. What do we think? Any questions? All right, he says, why is it 4 root 5 times 5 plus? Or I think you probably meant 5 minus. Okay, so why do we times by, why do we have the plus here? We have the plus here because we need to reverse this sign to a negative. The reason that we have to reverse the sign is because that's what causes these two to cancel, and that's what gets rid of the surd. To be honest, guys, the best way to remember is just that if you have two terms, one added to another or one subtracted to another, you change the sign in the middle. Now, a couple of people in the chat are asking, what does the conjugate mean? What does the conjugate mean? Conjugate. That is just the fancy word for swapping the minus for a plus. That's all it means. So multiplying by the conjugate just means multiplying by the same thing, but swapping the minus for a plus. Having a quick look at the chat. Oh, oh, guys, did I make a silly mistake? Oh, look at that, guys. Look. Okay, you're right. I made a mistake, guys. My bad. That's a complete silly mistake. Well done for spotting it. I was looking for it in the chat. Yep, you're right. Guys, that's my mistake. Tiny mistake. You know, wouldn't be the end of the session if there wasn't a little mistake. Look what I did. I did 4 root 5 times by 5 gives 5 root 5. That is wrong. That is a mistake. 4 root 5 times by 5 is 20 root 5. So this should be 20. Good job, guys. Sorry, I made a mistake. That should be 20. That should be 20. And then we divide the top and bottom here by 20, and we get over 5. Well done, guys, for spotting the mistake. Actually, let me just cross that out. That is now correct. That is now correct. Lady Solora said, I like hearing silly mistake at this big age. Makes me feel like a child again. I mean, that's what it is. It's a silly mistake, eh? It's a silly mistake. Yep, guys. Well done. W Ski says, is this good for AQA? Absolutely. Edexcel and AQA are very similar. Paper 1 hot topics are also pretty much the same for AQA and Edexcel. They're mostly the same. The only differences are the fonts and a little bit how the questions are worded. Some like minor, teeny tiny topic differences, but they're similar enough that this is really beneficial. Question 21 is our next one. It's a 4-mark vectors question. Let's get it done, team. Holly said, okay, you had me stressing. Yeah, guys, that was my mistake. This one is a grade 9 question, without a shadow of doubt. JP Punk says, yes, vectors coming up. Weekly dose of random stuff said they have to be multiples, right? Yep, you're exactly right. So the question basically says DEF is a triangle, P is the midpoint of FD, Q is the midpoint of DE, F to D is A, F to E is B. Use a vector method to show that PQ is parallel to FE. What we're going to do, guys, is we're going to find the vector FE. It actually tells us vector FE is B, so we can write that on. And then we're going to find the vector P to Q, and we're going to show that this is something times by F to E. If two vectors are parallel, one of them has to be a multiple of the other. We have to be able to times one by something to get the other one. Now, it also says that F to D is A, and it says that P is the midpoint of FD. So I'm going to do this as 2 separate little sections. If the whole distance from F to D is A, and P is the midpoint of F to D, we know that this is going to be a half of A, and we know that this is also going to be a half of A. So both of those are going to be a half A. Now we're going to have to find some way to write the vector p to q in terms of a and b, and then we're going to show that this is a multiple of b. That's all I'm saying for now, team. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to do this, and then I'll go through it with you. Nice, Amelie, fantastic. Guys, out of interest, if you turn your volume up to max, can you hear my music? Can you hear my music? Because you're not supposed to be able to hear it. JP Punk says, this is a very easy vector question, trust me. I think that can be worse, haha. That can be worse, but it's a tough one. It's a difficult one. Okay, guys, thank you very much. Swung Ming Kira said, no, I can't hear it. My ears just got assaulted by my loudspeakers, though. Guys, I would like to take this opportunity to just let you know or remind you about the last-minute revision classes. So I'm going to be going live the nights before paper 1, which is tomorrow night, the night before paper 2, and the night before paper 3. I'm going to be doing a 4-hour revision live for each of them. The first one is going to be free, which is tomorrow evening. Paper 2 and paper 3 are going to be £20 each for 4 hours, so £5 an hour. The spaces are limited, so you want to sign up quickly. I'm limiting the spaces just so I can keep the live streams really good and really helpful, and I can answer as many questions as possible. So it's worth booking now if you can. Paper 2 and paper 3, if you just get one of them, are £20 each. If you get both of them, it's £30, and you can scan using the QR code and book it now. It'll take literally 2 minutes. Literally 2 minutes. Drop a little ready for me in the chat, guys, if you're ready for this one, and we will go through it. Little ready for me in the chat when you're ready. I've given a while for it now. And I know a lot of you will be waiting for me to go through this. Okay, weekly dose of randoms ready. Jonah's ready. I can tell you exactly how to write the conclusion, JP Punk. Okay, let's do it. Question 21. Use the vector method to prove that PQ is parallel to FE. We already spoke a bit about it. Basically, we said to prove that it's parallel, we need to show that one of the vectors, F to E, is a multiple of the other one, P to Q. In order to do that, we need to find the vector P to Q. Now, how can we come up with the vector P to Q? Well, we can firstly break it down. We can say that P to Q is like going from P to D, and then like going from D to Q. So we can say P to Q is P to D plus D to Q. Now we've already found P to D. P to D is a half A, 1/2 A. Now how do we find D to Q? Well, D to Q, we can't go directly from D to Q, we don't know this, but what we can do is we can use the fact that Q is the midpoint of D to E, and we can say that D to Q is the same as going halfway from D to E. So going from D to Q is the same as going halfway from D to E. Now we can come up with an expression for D to E. D to E is the same as going from D to F and then from F to E. So D to E is the same as D to F and then F to E. Well, D to F is minus A. Because you're going the opposite way to the arrows, and there's two halves, so the whole way is minus A. Then F to E is B, so half comes minus A plus B. Well, this, if we expand it, is minus a half A plus half B. Minus a half A plus a half B. Where can we go from there? Well, D to Q we now have. It's here. It needs to go in here, right? So we have, I'm just going to move this to the side a little bit, plus minus half A plus half B from over there. So now, just to simplify this, we have P to Q equals half A minus a half A, they cancel, and we just have half B. We know F to E is B. So now we have shown that P to Q is a half of F to E, because F to E is B, and P to Q is a half B, therefore they are multiples, therefore they are parallel. This 3 dots just means therefore. You don't have to write it like that, you can just write therefore parallel. So let me just move this out, and I will say therefore parallel. And that, guys, is our answer to question 21. Good question. Weekly dose of random stuff says, Matt, are the arrows always to the right? Absolutely. So we always write the arrows to the right. You technically can write them the other way, but we don't really. If you wanted to go, for example, from E to F, you would just write it like this, E to F, and then the arrow from E to F. Jonah says, this can't be that quick. Absolutely it is, buddy. I mean, that was quite long, though, to be honest. Okay, next up, guys, question 22. Do you guys want to do this one? It's a grade 9 one. Haha, fantastic. Ayush says, what's up, Matt? I just wanted to let you know that I'm an IGCSE student. And I just finished both my papers. I used to watch your Monday live streams, and they were engaging and helpful. Thanks. Hey, my pleasure, mate. My pleasure. Do you want to do this question, guys? Question 22, or is it a bit long? Emily wants to do it. Weekly Dose of Random wants to do it. JP Punk wants to do it. Very tough. Worth going over. Yeah, we can do it, guys. Don't worry. I'm going to give you a few minutes for this one because it's quite a long question, a very long question even. And then we'll go through it together. Oh. Guys, I can't lie. I'm quite sad that my TikToks have been getting shadow messed up. That is very annoying. That is very annoying. I'm a bit salty. But the show goes on, and luckily YouTube is the main place. YouTube is where the, to be honest, where the high quality revision goes down. Okay, and I just need to find I'm giving you a few minutes for this one, guys, so you can do it properly. And then I'm going to ask you for a small favor after we go through this question, guys, which is going to be to leave me a quick little Facebook review. Holly says, genuinely, what even is this? It's a tough question. That's for sure, for sure. Lady Solora, absolutely. Only the best in the chat. Thanks to our fantastic moderators. Ash says, what grade is this? Definitely a grade 9 question, guys. 100% grade 9. This one we're going to do in a few stages. I'm going to start it now because I know it's, yeah, I know it's a very tough one. A couple of people are asking my name. My name, guys, is Matt. It's a pleasure to meet you if you are new today. Okay, guys, question 22. Let's start giving some hints then. Let's start giving some hints. I am going to get you to the stage that if you're aiming for a grade 7 or higher, you want to be able to continue it from what I'm going to do. I'm going to explain it all the way up to getting a grade 7 or higher, and then you guys can take over from there. So question 22, the diagram shows two shaded shapes A and B. Shape A is formed by removing a sector of a circle with radius 3x minus 1 from a sector of circle with radius 5x minus 1. Shape B is a circle of diameter 2 minus 2x. The area of shape A is equal to the area of shape B. Find the value of x. You must show all of your working. A couple of people are saying that my mic is cutting off, or somebody said it. Is my mic okay, guys? I think I've had it in noise cancellation mode all this time, which has probably been worse. Is mine? Yeah, okay, that's good. Maybe the audio quality just... Okay, it's fine, cool. Yeah, brilliant. To be fair though, the noise cancellation was on, which does make the mic quality worse. So the area of shape A is equal to the area of shape B. Find the value of x, you must show all of your working. Guys, let's get it done. How do we do this? So, the area of shape A is equal to the area of shape B. It's pretty clear that we're going to have to find the area of this and set it equal to the area of this. How do we do that? Well, first off, the area of the circle. So let's write this. I'm going to write this quite small, guys, just to make it, just so we have room. So the area of the circle, we know the area of a circle is pi r squared. Now we know the diameter of this is 2 minus 2x, which means that the radius is half of that. So it's going to be 1 minus 1x, or 1 minus x. So we have pi times 1 minus x squared. Now this is going to be the area of B. So pi times 1 minus x squared. Now what about the area of A? I'm even just going to go ahead and I'm going to swap this from circle for B. So the area of B. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to come along and I'm going to work out the area of A. Well, the area of A is going to be the area of the big sector minus the area of the small sector. Now, what's the formula for the area of a sector? The area of a sector is equal to the angle divided by, I'll just write it, the angle divided by 360 times by pi r squared, so times by the overall area of the circle. Angle over 360 is the share of the circle that we have, pi r squared is the overall area of the circle. So the area of B then, Well, the angle's 45, so it's going to be 45 over 360 times by pi times by, well, what's the overall radius? It tells us 5x minus 1. So 5x minus 1 squared. But then we have to take away the area of the smaller one, which is 45 over 360 times pi times by 3x minus 1 squared. 3x minus 1 squared. Now, we can see that we have some mammoth equations which we're going to have to set equal to each other, or mammoth expressions which we set equal to each other. Let's simplify this one first. Now, 45 over 360, I can see that both of these are multiples of 9. I'm going to divide them both by 9 first of all. 45 over 360. Divide the top and bottom by 9. I get 5 over 40. Now divide the top and bottom both by 5. I get 1 over 8. So it's going to be a lot easier if we call this 1 over 8 than if we call it 45 over 360. So we have 1 over 8. And I'm also in this step, guys, I'm going to times this by pi. So this is 1 over 8 times by pi. Well, pi is the same as pi over 1. So 1 over 8 times pi is pi over 8. And then we have 5x minus 1 times 5x minus 1 minus 1 over 8, or pi over 8, times by 3x minus 1 times by 3x minus 1. And you can see that what we're going to have to do here is a lot of number crunching. But we can do that, that's fine. Guys, let's do it. All of this, by the way, is to set this equal to this and then to solve. I'm just going to check in with the chat. Are you with me so far? Are you with me? Do you have any questions? Or am I good to keep going? Yeah, okay, people are saying I can keep going. Yep, fantastic, let's do it. So the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to expand these brackets. So I'm going to have pi over 8 times by 5x times 5x is 25x squared. 5x times minus 1 is minus 5x. Minus 1 times 5x is minus 5x. Minus 1 times minus 1 is plus 1. Minus pi by 8 brackets. Expand the brackets again. 9x squared minus 3x minus 3x plus 1 equals pi over 8 bracket 25x squared minus 10x plus 1 minus pi by 8 bracket 9x squared minus 6x plus 1. Now we can actually combine both of these. Why? Because both of these are being multiplied by pi by 8. So we could actually essentially factorize out pi by 8 and write both of them inside the same set of brackets. Because we have pi by 8 times by 25x squared minus 10x plus 1 minus 9x squared plus 6x plus, not plus, minus 1. So because we were taking away each of these, this became negative, this became positive, this became negative. Next step, we're going to simplify. And we're going to get 25x squared minus 9x squared is 16x squared. Minus 10x plus 6x is minus 4x. And then 1 minus 1 is 0. So we can just go like that. We can just go like that. So we get 16x squared minus 4x. And this is equal to, remember, this is the area of A, which in the question says is the same as the area of B. So now I'm actually going to simplify this as well, and I'm going to set them equal to each other. So we have pi times 1 minus x times 1 minus x which is pi times 1 minus 2x plus x squared. Yeah. Now I can come down here and I can set it equal to this, because now we have the area of A in this form, and we have the area of, the area of B in that form, the area of A in this form, and we can set them equal to each other. So we have pi times 1 minus 2x plus x squared equals pi over 8 times, this question, guys, is so stupidly long, times 16x squared minus 4x. Next step, guys, I'm going to have to get myself a little bit more room, and I'm going to do that just by shrinking everything. I'll box this, and I'll shrink from here. That didn't work. I'll shrink actually all of it. Shrink that down. Get us a little bit more space there. Now we need to solve this equation, basically. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to divide both sides by pi. That's going to cancel these two pi's. Then I'm going to times both sides by 8. And that's going to cancel with the divide 8 on the left. And it's going to times by this, on the right. And it's going to times by this on the left. So we're going to end up with 8 times by all of this is 8 minus 16x plus 8x squared. This is equal to 16x squared minus 4x. Next step, I'm going to move everything over to one side because I have a quadratic. I have x squared here. So I'm going to end up with a 0 on the left and on the right. 16x squared minus 8x squared is 8x squared. X terms, we're going to have minus 4x plus 16x is plus 12x. And then we're going to have just minus 8. So we have minus 8. Now, final step, guys, we need to solve this. Let's start off by simplifying. We're going to divide through by 4 because they all have a common factor of 4. 0 equals 2x squared plus 3x minus 2. And then we can factorize. And even this part is a tough question because we need to have a 2 at the front of one of our brackets. And we're going to end up with plus 2 minus 1 when we factorize. This bracket gives x equals a half. This bracket gives x equals minus 2. And a half, if we go back to the question, it's going to say that x is the thing that we need the value of. Well, x can't be negative because we can't have 2 times by a negative length here. So x has to be positive. So we get x equals a half. So x is positive. X is positive. Guys, good job. Let me know in the chat what you think. I know this one was crazy. Clormrant says that question should genuinely be a 6 marker. It really should. It really should. Arian says 5 marks for a reason. Honestly, I personally think 6 marks. Manu says, oh my, how long did that take? It took ages. Of course, guys, it would be quicker for you because I had to explain it as I was going through. So it took a little bit longer. Yeah, hopefully it made sense as I went through it. Salma says, such a hard / long question. Absolutely. Question 23. This is the last question of the paper, guys. Let's get it done. In the meantime, I'm going to ask for a quick favor, guys. And maybe it's going to work, maybe it's not. Can you guys see the pinned comment now that says about the Facebook reviews? I'm not sure if this link will work, if it will take you to reviews. But if it does, guys, I would really, really appreciate it if you could leave me a quick Facebook review. I really want to keep supporting people for free on social media, and I'm only going to be able to keep doing it if, there's some other ways we can, generate some stuff. And yeah, if that link works, if you could use it quickly, drop a quick little 5-star review or whatever review you want, and then we can get back to the maths. I would really, really appreciate it. Ross says, yes, the link works. Fantastic, guys. I'm going to set up a quick poll. Haha, Seung Min Kira said, hell yeah, I'm giving you the best Facebook review ever. Oh, guys, thank you, thank you. I'm actually going to ask quickly, will you leave a Facebook review in the chat? Will you leave a Facebook review? I'm going to set it up as a poll. Okay, just to have a quick glance of what we can expect. Sid Dighton says, I already have. Thank you very much, Sid. I really appreciate it. I'll give a quick shout out to anybody who leaves a review as well, guys. It would really help me if you can. So far, I can see 2. One from Janan, which was yesterday, and one from Trippy Troppy. What a name that is. I just saw somebody else did. Thank you very much, Aria. I really appreciate that. That's fantastic. Some people saying I don't have Facebook. I know Facebook's a little bit mum's buck. Rosemary says, give me a few minutes. Yeah, no worries. Take your time. I'm going to give a bit of time before we go through this, just so you can leave a review. We also have the break coming up, so we can spend some time then as well. Or maybe you can do it then is what I meant to say. Ah, thank you, Kira. Very nice review. J Punk says, sir, I do not get it, sadly. I'm very poor with ratios. Honestly, this one is tough. It's a very specific type of ratios question. I'm going to explain it. Hopefully it makes sense afterwards. If you don't get it, guys, for this one, but you understand it after I go through it, please let me know. Those are my favorite comments, and it just lets me know that I'm, that the sessions are helping. A 3 mark are exactly the one and only, and that's tough. 3 mark. This for 3 marks is pretty brutal. Clipser says, let's have a crack at this then. Let's have a crack. Ahmed says paper 1 priority. Absolutely. Yeah. Okay, guys, let's get it done then. Question number 23. How are we going to do this? Hey, Maria, good to have you on. There are 4 types of cards in a game. Each card has a black circle or a white circle or a black triangle or a white triangle. The ratio of the number of cards with a black shape to white shape is 3 to 5. And then circle to triangle is 2 to 7. Express the total number of cards with a black shape as a fraction of the total number of cards with a triangle. Okay, the total number of cards with a black shape as a fraction of the total number of cards with a triangle. So basically, guys, what we need to do is we need to compare how many cards we have with a black shape, funnily enough, to how many cards we have with a triangle. Now, the way that we're going to do this is we're going to scale both of our ratios up in order to make them have the same number of parts. Now, we know that there are only black shapes and white shapes. We also know that there are only circles and triangles. What that means is that when we get these ratios to have the same number of parts, the number of parts representing each of our components represents the proportion we have in the total. Now that sounds a bit complicated, but let me show you what I mean. When I do it, hopefully it will make it a bit clearer. So we're going to scale both of these ratios up so that they have the same number of parts. Total number of parts here is 8, and total number of parts here is 9. If we're going to scale both of these up, we could times this ratio by 9 and this ratio by 8, and then we would have 72 parts in both of them. So I'm going to take, I'm going to write it, let's write it here. So black shapes, to white shapes. At the moment it's 3 to 5, and I'm going to times both sides by 9 to scale up my ratio to have 72 parts. So times 9, and I'm going to get 27 to 45. Now let's go through circles to triangles. So circles to triangles, which is 2 to 7, we said we're going to times both by 8. So we're going to times by 8, we're going to times by 8. And this is going to give us 16 to 56. Now both of these ratios have the same number of parts. They both have 72 parts. What that means is if I have 72 shapes, we need black shape over triangle. So I have, how many black? 27 black. And this one is saying, if I have 72 total, I have 56 triangles. Now, the reason we can compare these is because they have both got the same total now. So because we scaled the ratios up, we could work out the fraction of the total that were black, the fraction of the total that were triangles, and then all we have to do is divide our number of black by our number of triangles, and we're going to get 27 over 56 as the fraction of shapes, or the fraction of black shapes compared to triangles. JP Punk says, how? Oh, I get it. Fantastic work. Fantastic work. It sounds like a little click moment just happened. Guys, let me know. Does that one make sense now, how we got that? Do we have any questions? I did go through it a long way, but I went through it that way so that I could explain it to you as I was going. Let me know. Does it make sense now for anybody? Hey, fantastic. Thank you to everybody who has left a Facebook review so far. Nice, CL Pizza. Fantastic. Jin says, do you have to write it in words? You don't have to write it in words. April says, I understand it, but I don't think I would remember it in the exam. Hey, look, understanding this means that if you get asked a similar question, you're way more likely to pick up the marks on Thursday. So that's really good. That's really good. Okay, guys, we are now going to have our next break. We're going to have a 10-minute break. It's currently 8 minutes past. So we're going to come back at 9:18. I will write it down here. So, no, actually, I'll write it up here in nice pink. Or when I say 9, that was 9 for me. I'm in Germany at the moment, so it's actually 8 for you. 10-min break. Back at, let's do 20 past. So back at 8:20 p.m. Fantastic. Guys, I'm going to ask again. Please, please, if you could, I would really appreciate it if you leave one of those Facebook reviews. Like I say, it really helps me out. I know some of you don't have Facebook, but if you do, there are 190 others on the stream at the moment, and there have been for pretty much the whole thing. I think 6 people left reviews, and honestly, every single one would make a big difference to me. So I'd really appreciate it if you could do that during the break. Guys, I'm going to say bye for now. I'll catch you guys in 10 minutes for our final push of this session. Bye for now, guys. And we are back. Guys, let me know. Can you hear me? Are we back? Man, like Zenagami said, chop, chop, boy. Don't worry, guys. We're back. We're back. I think when I just stretched, I got close to pulling my shoulder. Abiola says, no Afro beats this year. We've got the Afro beats on. You want to know what tune's on right now? It's Wait For You by Melvito and Oxlade. Guys, we finished this paper, so we're going to move on to another one. We're going to start doing some questions from the NOV 2022 paper. Now, we've just been doing some pretty tough questions, so I don't really want with you guys this evening to go back to the start of a paper. What we're going to do instead is we're going to work through, unless you guys want me to, let me know in the chat. What would you prefer? Do you want to start at the end? Do you want to start in the middle? Do you want to start at the start? What do you reckon, team? I saw, guys, that nobody left a review. I mean, some people did. We have 6 in total now, not 8 in total. 6 today. But guys, that's really not great. There's 200 of us. What's going on, man? Is it because everybody's assuming that somebody else is going to review? Is that why? Every single one will make a big difference. So don't assume that somebody else is going to do the reviewing. Maybe it is because you don't use Facebook. Yeah, most of you are saying you don't have Facebook. Matthew says, I'll do it afterwards, I promise. Yeah, most of you are saying you don't have Facebook. You know, I thought that would be the case. I thought that you would maybe have Facebook, but don't use it. But you don't even have it. That's crazy. Oh, thank you, guys. All right, Daddy says, Airtight Daddy, what a name that is. Airtight Daddy with a Norwich FC badge. What a combo. How long are you planning to stream tonight? We're going to finish the stream this evening, guys, at 9 p.m. So in 40 minutes. Lady Solara says, making an account for you, my boy. I appreciate it, guys. I mean, if you would do that, that's like next level support. Or if you could get your parents to write a quick one or something. Okay, we are not going to start at the start, guys. I'm just going to select some questions which are quite unique. And we're going to go through those. So we're going to start with question number 10. With Lena spinning the spinner. And we're going to go through question 10 as our first one. Probably we're just going to start from question 10. DDM Tune says, I must say, you've helped me a lot. Thanks, man. My pleasure, mate. My pleasure. Thank you. User said, I said this, but you ignored it. Sorry, I don't see all of the comments. The chat's a little bit slower now. I think we're getting tired. Question 10, team. We're going to go through part A and B together. So don't just do part A and then, wait until afterwards to do part B. Have a think about part A, have a think about part B together. Yellow Yeti saying, sir, do you still accept setup picks? Guys, do you want to do that? I'll set up a quick poll. Saying, shall we do the setup picks? Airtight Daddy, that is an awesome name. That is an awesome name. Is Neen here? Yellow Yeti said, OMG, Flash Revision Lab is here. Did I see it in the chat? Oh, I didn't see you, mate. Oh, yeah, there you go. It says best maths teacher. How's it going, mate? Hope you're having a good evening. Guys, Flash Revision Lab is a fantastic account for all things science revision, TikTok, YouTube, I think probably an Instagram as well. Really, really high quality live streams and also videos, great memory devices. Honestly, the best in the game. The best in the game, in my opinion. Sama says, what setup pick? Sorry, I'm going to explain after we go through this one, because maybe you guys will find it enjoyable for the end of the for the end of the session. Okay, question number 10, let's have a look. It says Lena spins a fair 5-sided spinner 40 times. Here are her results. We have the different scores, we have the different frequencies. Lena is now going to spin the spinner another 2 times. Work out an estimate for the probability that she gets a score of 5 both times. What we're going to do here, guys, is we're going to work out the probability of getting a 5 once. And then, because we need to get a 5 on the first spin and a 5 on the second spin, we're going to times that probability by itself. Let me show you what I mean. So how can we work out the probability of getting a 5 one time? Well, what we do is we do the number of times that we get a 5, which is score of 5, frequency 10 times, and we divide that by the total number. We do the relative frequency. So to work out the probability of getting a 5, we do the number of times we got a 5, which is 10, over the total number of times we could have got a 5, which is 40, because we span it 40 times. We can simplify this fraction, divide the top and bottom both by 10. We're going to get 1/4. Now, we don't need to get a 5 once, we need to get a 5 twice. So we find the probability of getting a 5 on the first spin, and so we times the probability of getting a 5 on the second spin. So we do 1/4 times 1/4, top times top, bottom times bottom. We get 1/16. Part B, Derek is going to spin the spinner a large number of times. Work out an estimate for the percentage of times that Derek can expect to get a score of 1. So we're going to work out the probability of getting a 1, just like we did for getting a 5. The probability of getting a 5 was 1/4 because it was 10/40. The probability of getting a 1, well, we get 6 out of 40 times. So the probability of getting a 1 is equal to 6/40. Now we just need to convert this into a percentage. So we're going to start off by simplifying this. I'm going to divide the top and bottom both by 2. That's going to give me 3/20. And now I'm going to convert this into a percentage. How do we go from a fraction to a percentage? Well, we want to write it as something over 100. That's the easiest way. How do we get from 20 to 100? We times it by 5. So we times the top by 5 as well. 3 times by 5 is 15, giving us 15/100. And therefore, 15% as our answer. Good work, guys. Good work, Sama. Yeah, I can see some support going in there for Flash Revision Lab. Yeah, fantastic, guys. Okay, next up, guys, question number 11. We're going to do this one. This one, honestly, I'm just going to go through because it's a bit awkward to do if you don't have the paper printed out. So it says, question 11, describe fully the single transformation that maps shape P onto shape Q. Describe fully the single transformation that maps shape P onto Q. Gail Lardy Barrios says, sir, can you give me a pep talk? I'm nervous for Thursday. Don't worry, Gail. If you come back tomorrow evening, I'm going to be giving a serious pep talk. I'm going to be talking about how to boost your energy, how to calm yourself down, how to boost your focus, the things you need to have in your mind going into paper 1, all maths exams in general, all exams in general, but specifically paper 1 as well. But I'm going to do that tomorrow night, not tonight. So, how are we going to do it then? Well, describe fully the single transformation. There's only one type of transformation that can change the size of a shape, and that's an enlargement. So straight away, we know that it has to be an enlargement. Remember, guys, the types of transformations that you could get asked about are a rotation, a reflection, a translation, and an enlargement. The only one that can change the size is an enlargement. What do we need? We need to know our scale factor to have our full enlargement. We also need to know our center. Now, the best way to work out the scale factor is to choose one side. I'm going to choose the bottom. And then we count how many squares across it was, how many squares across it is now, and therefore what it's been multiplied by. In this case, it was 1. It's now 3. So the scale factor is 3. We've multiplied all of the side lengths by 3. And you can do this with any of the sides. Next stage, what are we going to do? Well, we're going to join the previous points and the new points together with straight lines. So top left goes with top left. Top right goes through top right. That's actually already enough to do it, but bottom right goes with bottom right. And bottom left goes with bottom left. Then what we can do is we can simply look at where all of those points intersect each other and cross each other, and that gives us our center of enlargement. So in this case, our center is 0 across, 2 up. It is 0, 2. 0, 2. Maps shape P to Q. Yep, guys, you spotted the mistake. Did you see it? Somebody saying the late night is getting to me. You're right. Guys, focus is waning. Look at that. What was the mistake? What was the mistake? And you need to look out for this. What was the mistake, guys? Put it in the chat for me. Great question, Leisha. Says, how do we tell if it's a third or 3? So this is actually a third. Why? Because it doesn't ask for Q to P, it asks for P to Q. What I did was I said, okay, it was 1, now it's 3, therefore we've times by 3, but that's not right. What we did was we went from 3 to 1, which means that the scale factor is 1 over 3. Well done to everybody who saw that. Yep, exactly, Ramin. It gets smaller. Guys, that was my lack of focus, sorry, but it was deliberate, and I'm really glad that I actually made that mistake because they put this in exams a lot, which is why I should have spotted it, but more importantly, it's why you need to look out for it on Thursday. It's very tempting to think that we always go from the smaller to the bigger, but in this case, it says maps shape P to Q. We go from the bigger one to the smaller one, therefore it's 1 over 3 as our scale factor. Good job, guys. Next up, question 12. Yeah, we'll do this one. This is a classic. Another one which is very likely to come up in one of your papers. Honestly, reasonably likely in paper 1. Leisha says, I'm a fan of simultaneous equations. Ah, thank you, Justice. Says, I just left the review from Amy A. Let me have a quick look. Ah, nice. Thank you. Ah, thank you, guys. Look at that. Alior 7, by the way, guys, I did GCSEs in 2024. Only watched this guy and got 238 out of 240. So pay attention. Good job, Ali. Good job. Welcome back, my friend. Question 12. Please, can we get a quick ready in the chat if we're ready? And I'll go through it. FRY is ready. Umar is ready. Ayman is ready. Mahans is ready. Jaden's ready. Yep, let's do it. Question number 12. Solve the simultaneous equations 5x plus 2y equals 11 and 4x plus 3y equals 6. Now this is a classic simultaneous equations question. We need to firstly start off by making sure that we have a match next to one of our letters. The thing with simultaneous equations is we get given two equations with two unknowns. And what we have to do is we have to find a way to get to one equation with one unknown. And the way that we do that is we subtract one of the equations from the other. But in order to get rid of one of the unknowns, we have to firstly make sure that one of the letters has the same thing next to it in both of the equations. So I'm going to choose my x, and I'm going to make sure that both of these x's have the same thing next to them. I need to find a common multiple of 5 and 4. 5 times 4 is 20, so I can use 20. 5 times 4 is 20, so I can use 20. How do I get from 5 to 20? I times it by 4, so I'm going to times my first equation by 4. And 4 to 20, I times it by 5. So my whole second equation, I'm going to times by 5. Timesing the first equation by 4, I'm going to get 20x plus 8y equals 44. And timesing my second equation by 5, I'm going to get 20x plus 15y equals 30. The next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to subtract one of my equations from the other. Now, it doesn't really matter which one we do from which. We just need to make sure that we pay close attention to our positives and our negatives. I'm going to minus this whole second equation from the first equation. 20x minus 20x is nothing, they cancel. 8y minus 15y is going to be minus 7y. And 44 minus 30 is going to be 14. Next step, to get the y on its own, I'm going to divide both sides by minus 7, divide by minus 7, divide by minus 7, and I'm going to get y is equal to negative 2. Now I have the value of y, I can plug it back in to either one of my equations to work out the value of x. We know that 5x plus 2y, so 5x plus 2 times minus 2 is equal to 11. This gives 5x minus 4 is equal to 11. 5x is equal to 15. X is equal to 3, giving us our answer, guys, of x equals 3 and y is equal to negative 2. If you got it, guys, nicely done. If you have any questions, let me know in the chat. Let me know, guys, did you get this one? Nice, Dinesh. Good work, freestyler. Couple of people asking what time tomorrow's live is. Tomorrow's live, guys, is 5 p.m. until 9 p.m., the same time as this evening. Okay, question 13 is going to be our next one. This is a good little question, honestly. Good little question. And then we are going to do question 15 after that, probably. Lady Solora says, why is it so long for? If you mean the live tomorrow evening, because it's the day before the exam. So we're locking in, guys, and putting in our final preparations. Rosemary says goodbye. Goodbye, Rosemary. It's been fantastic having you on this evening. Question 13. Question 13. Let's get a quick ready in the chat for me when we're ready, guys. And do we know how to do it? JJK says, I don't know this one, I can't lie. Don't worry, buddy. We're going to go through it. We're going to go through it and hopefully it's going to be clear afterwards. Mate, let me know if you know how to do it after I go through it. That would be awesome. Okay, team, we're ready. Let's get it done. Question number 13. It says P is inversely proportional to T. Complete the table of values. Now this one is a 3 marker. I think it should be 4. How do we do this? Well, the first thing to recognize is that we have an inverse proportion problem. We have a set formula that represents inverse proportion. We know that if P is inversely proportional to T, P is equal to K over T. If you're not sure about what I did there, have a quick bit of revision, especially if you're aiming for a grade 6 or higher on inverse proportion. Now, what a question normally does is it tells us a value of P and a value of T, asks us to work out the equation linking them together, which just means work out K. This is exactly the same, but then we also have to just work out a few more values. We've been given a value of T and P. When T is 100, P is 1. When T is 100, P is 1. So we can sub those values in to work out K. So we can sub in P equals 1, so 1 equals K over T is 100. And now we can times both sides by 100 to work out the value of K. We get 100 is equal to K. So we can say, therefore, that P is equal to 100 divided by T. Now, filling in the table is a little bit easier. When T is equal to 25, what's P? Well, we get P is equal to 100 over 25. 100 divided by 25 is 4. So we're going to get a 4 in here. Now, what about this value here? This time we've been told that P is 5 and we've been asked to work out T. So we get P. Oh, we don't get P because we know what P is. P is 5. So we have 5 equals 100 over T. Times both sides by T. 5T equals 100. Divide both sides by 5. T is equal to 20. Not 200. T is equal to 20. Now finally, we need to work out P when T is equal to 2. So P equals 100 over 2. And that is going to be 50. Guys, let me know if it makes sense now with a little comment in the chat. Fantastic, JJ Kojo. I was looking out for your one. Amelie says, should I do more maths revision tonight or just do tomorrow's session as well? Great question, Amelie. You should just do tomorrow's session. We've been working together for a long time. You've been in group tutoring with me. If you're interested in group tutoring, guys, the link is in my bio. Not in my bio, in the description to the video. You can click on it and check it out. But I know that you've been putting in the work. I know that you're working at a fantastic level. Honestly, guys, if you've been revising, then the best thing you can do after this evening session is to call it a day, get a good night's sleep, have some healthy food for dinner, and prioritize being in good shape for our revision tomorrow evening, 5 p.m. to 9 p.m., so that you're as fresh as possible. You don't want to be revising late into the night tonight. It's not the best thing you can do. You want to be getting rested. Ash and Cal says, how much is group tutoring? Group tutoring is £20 a week. And group tutoring involves, I do a grade 4-5 class on a Tuesday, 5:30 till 6:30, grade 6-7 class on Wednesday, and a grade 8-9 class on Thursday. So if you pay the £20 a week, you get access to all of the sessions, the grade 4-5, the grade 6-7, and the grade 8-9. Alnor says, how many spaces left for the classes? There are, anybody putting 6-7 in the chat, guys, you're going to get muted. There's unlimited spaces left in the classes. There's only 10 people signed up at the moment to group tutoring, and I don't think it's going to go too much higher. So it's small enough that I get to answer everybody's questions, and I get to make sure that everybody understands everything. So honestly, it's fantastic. If you're considering signing up to the night before the exam classes, guys, as well, I am going to give, I'm only saying this to you guys now who are on, there's 200 of us. I mean, and not many people are going to sign up, but I'm going to give the people in group tutoring access to all of the night before exam live streams as well. Oh, guys, is the stream okay? Because my backlog is getting a bit laggy on my monitoring. Guys, is everything okay? Can you see it clearly? Oh yeah, we're looking good. Yeah, everybody who's in group tutoring is going to get free access to pay the paper 2 and the paper 3 night before the exam classes. So if you join group tutoring in the next couple of days, it's £20 a week, but you get access to all of those as well. Question 15, guys. Let me know in the chat when we're ready. Ash and Cow says, I'll be there. Fantastic. JJ's ready. Arian's ready. This one's a good little question, guys. Probably going to be our second to last question of the day. We're going to finish off with like 5-minute Q&A and a bit of a cool down for the evening. I'm going to talk you through tomorrow's session and you guys can ask me any questions that you have. Also, we can just chill a bit, maybe do some setup reviews. I'll let you know what that is. We'll do this question and then we'll do one more. J Punk says, I know what to do, Matt. Let's go. Very interesting question. Team, let's get it done. Question number 15. The diagram shows a sector of a circle radius 18. The length of the arc is 4 pi. Work out the value of x, where x is the angle in our sector. Now, as soon as I see a sector, I'm instantly thinking of my formulas for the arc length of a sector or for the area of a sector. Now, in this case, we've been told the arc length. So I'm thinking of my formula for the arc length. I know that this is the arc length, and it's 4 pi. My formula for the arc length is that my arc length is equal to my angle divided by 360 times by the full circumference of the circle, so times by 2 pi r. Now, in this case, we know the radius, we know the angle is x, or we need to work out the angle which is x. We know that the arc length is 4 pi. So what we can do is we can actually sub these values in. We can say that x over 360, so our angle over 360, times by 2, times by pi, times by our radius, which is 18, is equal to our arc length, which is 4 pi. Now we have an equation which we can actually rearrange and solve for x. How do we rearrange and solve this? Well, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to divide both sides by pi, and that's going to cancel those out. The next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to do my 2 times by my 18, which is 36, and I'm going to times it by the x on the top. If you imagine it, and I'll just actually do this in a few steps to make it clear, we essentially have x over 360 times by 36 equals 4. This 36, to simplify, we can write as 36 over 1. So x over 360 times by 36 over 1, and this is going to be equal to 4. Top times top, bottom times bottom, 36x over 360 equals 4. Now we can simplify. We can divide the top and bottom both by 36. Divide the top by 36, divide the bottom by 36. 360 divided by 36, well, 10 times 36 is 360, so it's just 10. So we're going to end up with x over 10 is equal to 4, times both sides by 10 to get the x. X is equal to 40. X is equal to 40. Guys, did we get it? Did it make sense? Congratulations if you did it. Let me know if it makes sense now. You guys know those are my favorite comments. Danish says, is this for the arc length? This was the arc length question. What we worked out was we worked out the angle here, which was x. Good work, guys. Okay, question. What question should we end with, guys? Let's end with, I'm going to let you guys vote. Do you want to do question 17 or do you want to do question 18 to end? 17 is fractional powers. 18 is circle theorems. In the chat for me, guys, 17 or 18? (17 or 18, 17 or 18. I'm seeing more 18s at the moment. I'm seeing a fair few 17s. I'm going to have to set up a poll, guys. I'm going to have to set up a poll. Which question to end? Only so you guys know that we're going with the majority. 17 or 18, most likely it's going to be 18 is my guess. Guys, don't put your answers in the chat. Put your answers in the poll for me. Yeah, clearly 18. Team, let's do it. Question 18, our last question of the day. Let's get it done. I'm going to stand up and have a stretch while you guys have a think about it, because I've been sitting down for way too long now. Wow. What do we think? What do we think? Oh. All right, guys, just in a bit of my, stretching, get loosened up a bit. Whoa. Okay. Back and energized. Tough question to end on, guys. It is a show that question. Just put a little ready for me in the chat when you're ready. Honestly, this is grade 8/grade 9. Again, it's a tough one. Yeah, few people saying let's go. Guys. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Question 18, last question of the day. It's been a journey, and it's only been the warm-up. Question 18. A and B are points on a circle center O. DBC is a tangent to the circle at B. Angle AOB is X. Show that angle ABC is a half X. You must give a reason for each stage of your working. Now, how do we go about a problem like this, or solving a problem like this? What we do is we write on anything that we can, anything that might help us. Now, the first thing is classic circle theorem. We have a tangent which meets a radius. We know that the tangent meets a radius at 90 degrees at a right angle. So this angle here has to be 90 degrees. Why? Because tangent meets a radius at 90 degrees, or at a right angle. Now, where can we go from there? We need ABC. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, well, if I can work out this angle here, even in terms of X, then I can work out this one by minusing 90 and minusing this one from 180. Now, the other thing that I see is that I have an isosceles triangle here. We have two radiuses, and this is a classic thing that they do, guys. They put two radiuses in and they join it to make an isosceles triangle. Now, if we have an isosceles triangle, what do we know? We know that these two angles are the same. What else do we know? Well, we know that angles in a triangle add up to 180. Now, what that means is that this angle and this angle together, let me just say, this angle, I don't know why I said these, this angle and this angle together are 180 minus the x up at the top there. 180 minus the x. So one of them then, well, if there's two and they're both the same, we're going to have to divide it by 2. So 1 must be 180 minus x divided by 2. So this angle here then, this angle here is 180 minus x over 2. Now we can go ahead and we can work out angle ABC, this angle here, because we can do ABC equals 180 minus 90, because minus this one, minus 180 minus x over 2. So now we know what we're working with. We're just going to have to simplify it and hope it comes out as a half x. So ABC equals 180 minus 90 is 90, so 90 minus 180 minus x over 2. We can split this up to 90. I don't want to write horizontally. So we can split this up to 90 minus 180 over 2, so minus 180 over 2. And then we have minus, so plus x over 2. 90 minus 180 over 2 is 90, plus x over 2. 90 minus 90, they cancel. We just get left with x over 2, which is the same thing as a half x, and therefore we have done it. Therefore, we have done it. It was a little bit long the way that I did that, just because I wanted to explain each stage of working as I was doing it. Guys, that is our final question of the day. Show that this angle is a half x. Sam says, I get it now. How many marks is it worth? It's a 3 marker, buddy. Fantastic that you get it now. Thank you for letting me know. Brilliant, guys. Ashen Cow says, Matt, I got the correct answer, but I didn't explain / give a reason. How many marks would I get? You would get 2 marks. You would get 2 marks. If you worked through and you ended up with x or half x as your answer, and you didn't say the reasons, you'd get 2 marks out of 3. Guys, I am going to say fantastic work this evening. We are going to call it an evening there. A few things before you go. Tomorrow evening, same time, same place, same thing, but a little bit higher intensity. We're going to be revising from 5 p.m. until 9 p.m. on the channel, doing, pretty much the same thing. It's going to be a fantastic session. We're going to be putting in the final pieces of preparation. Tomorrow evening, I'm also going to do some mindset coaching and some performance coaching at the end of the session. So the final 15 minutes, 10-15 minutes, we're going to be going through some techniques you can use to calm yourself down, because exams are stressful. Stress makes it way more difficult to perform well. So I'm going to teach you some techniques to deal with that. Specifically, I'm going to teach you a breathing technique that you can do during your exam, called parasympathetic breathing, or the double inhale exhale. I'm also going to teach you how you can boost your energy with a breathing technique and using certain just techniques that trigger what's called your sympathetic nervous system. They're little tools that I've learned over the years as I've learned a lot about public speaking, exam performance, and all of that stuff. Now, a couple more things before we finish. For the people who were on this evening, because you guys are out here really putting in the work. Tomorrow evening, I think there's going to be, hopefully, over 1,000 of us. There's only 200 listening now. Anybody who signs up to the group tutoring, the link is in my bio at the top. It's £20 a week. I'm also going to give you access to the night before the exam classes. I don't think I'm going to mention this tomorrow. I might mention it, but I'm probably not going to mention it. So if you're in the group tutoring, you're also going to get all the night before the exam classes. So it works out way better value if you just join the group tutoring, and then you get access to the night before the exam classes either way. Group tutoring is £20 a week. We do 3 sessions a week. We do a Tuesday, a Wednesday, and a Thursday. It's 5:30 p.m. till 6:30 p.m. on each of those days. And Yeah, starting from next week, we're going to be back to the normal schedule inside of the group tutoring. Now, if you're looking at the group tutoring, you might see that in some places it says foundation is Wednesday 5 till 7, higher is Thursday 5 till 7. That's changing. So I spoke to the people inside the group tutoring, and we're going to be changing it to a setup which people preferred, which was 3 one-hour sessions. That's basically so that you can revise other subjects on the same day, so it's easier to focus, and also so that we can target specific grades more accurately. So if you see that it's Wednesday's foundation, Thursday's higher, that's not accurate. It's changing next week to Tuesday, 5:30 till 6:30 for grade 4-5, Wednesday, 5:30 till 6:30 for grade 6-7, Thursday, 5:30 till 6:30 for grade 8-9. And everybody who signs up to the group tutoring, like I say, will get complete access to the night before the exam classes included in the price. Whoosh, that was a lot to say. The final thing, or no, second to final thing will be, guys, if you're thinking about leaving the Facebook review, I would really appreciate it. Some of you said you would do it at the end of the session. So yeah, I would really appreciate it if you could. The recording of this live stream is going to be uploaded to the YouTube channel straight away. You can see it on the under the live tab, but I'm also, when it downloads, I'm going to upload it as a regular video as well. So you'll be able to see it in both places. The final thing we're going to do, guys, is we're going to bless the chat. Can we please spam the chat full of as many good vibe emojis as we can? Dancer emojis, disco emojis, party emojis. Ideally, the lightning bolt emoji. If you can't find it on the keyboard, just copy and paste somebody else's. Because at the end of every session we do, group tutoring, social media, whatever, we throw a little party and we celebrate the hard work that we're putting in. Guys, GCSEs are tough. I've done the whole thing. GCSEs, A-levels, university, and I can tell you that GCSEs, in my opinion, are actually the hardest. You have 11 subjects, 30 plus exams, or however many subjects, maybe not 11, but a bunch of subjects, bunch of exams, and it's so hard balancing all of the different options. So I want to throw a little moment of appreciation where we just celebrate the hard work that we're putting in. Sam's celebrating, Tyler's celebrating, Fashion Diva, Amelie is partying. Sorry, Amelie. Hyperfocus is partying. Religion and Philosophy Explained is partying. Yeah, fantastic, guys, fantastic. Emojis in the chat from everybody. Guys, it's time for me to say goodbye. Have a fantastic evening. More power, more blessings. If you have geography tomorrow, good luck. Or any other exams, I think maybe RE tomorrow, good luck. Otherwise, I will see you tomorrow evening, 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. Be there or be square. Guys, adios, arrivederci, ciao, ciao, ciao. Always a pleasure. Speak to you tomorrow.